must go through. If we're a disciple, then we'll have to be Christ-like. And thank you, Father, for giving me the discovery, so I have been shown the hados, so I can share it with others. And we don't boast. Don't boast because but woe if you don't share the word with others. So we can't just be quiet, and that's going to come with suffering. So the ellipsis, tribulation. We got to go through suffering. So suffering is part of the gospel. Suffering is what he did. He was killed. So does anybody want to kill you? Because if you're Christ-like, then you got to be standing against the law. He stood against law. That's why they killed him. So not too many people know that, and very little capacity, if any at all. So what a blessing it is to be shown the hados, the narrow way, and that most people do come to Father when things are really bad, down on their knees praying, save me, help me, whatever. That's when they're in life is in peril and they're suffering. So it's kind of a bummer that they got to find him in that moment. But a lot of people get locked up and go to jail. Their whole life gets thrown to the, and then they, he said, if I didn't call out to the harsh to seek after me, not one of them would. So proof that you got to go through suffering, the ellipsis is the word tribulation, and we have to be put through the fire. He said long suffering is the gospel. So patience. So a lot of suffering. You have to endure to the end to be saved. So you got to die, be resurrected and judged, and then that's when you're redeemed. Then you become saved. So you can't be saved. Saved is no such thing as being saved. He tells us you have to endure to the end. So see, and then you're going to sit there and wait for judgments. So nobody gets saved. Thank you, Father, for that. Thank you for the blessing of the definition, just definition, truth, aletheia. Without the aletheia, I wouldn't have this knowledge. So my people shall perish for lack of bis. Bathos or busos is the word knowledge. And that's where people get, think hell is below their feet. Hell is not below their feet. Hell is the place that's empty between their head, some empty space. No knowledge is what it is. No bis. Abyss, abathos, abusos is the word hell. There's no such thing as hell because that's a modern English, I guess, word, American. Hell, it's not below your feet. Heaven's not above your head. Earth's not below your feet. You don't live on a planet. There's no such thing as a planet. So shows you how far people, you can't accept Christ. There's no such thing as accepting Christ. That's a blasphemy. That's a Satanist. Anybody who says you can accept Christ is a Satanist. Anybody who says you can be saved is a Satanist. You add a jot to his book, you're a Satanist. The scripture, book, that means, right? Bible, that means book. If you accept Christ, you can't accept, I don't need to read. No, you don't go to heaven on your deathbed. That's not how that works. Heaven's not in the sky. You got to sound like some religious idiot. Religious people. Can't believe in anything. Believe is a verb. You're a worldly, you just speak of the world and you speak of religion. That's all right. I'm not condemning you. I'm putting you through the fire, showing you to the narrow way. That's the word hados. So you can't accept Christ. You don't die and go to heaven. Nobody dies and go to heaven. Heaven's not above your head. Heaven's the inheritance after we all receive one final judgment at the final trump. So I like to play little names with you, shofar, drumpf, the ram's horn, the mount, the power. So That's just the way it is. You can't believe. Believe is an action word. Like he said, Maranatha, have your loins girded in my service. I said you have to endure to the end to be saved. So you can't save. You can't seek Jesus Christ. He said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. You're an idiot. Get out of here. See, look at this. These are worldly idiots. You stink like the world. You stink like religion. You can't believe in a God. It's an action word. It's a verb. Go now. He said, I don't have to sup with vipers. You can't be learned. You're an ass. That means you're an ass. Means you're unwilling to learn. There's no such thing as believing in God or believing in aliens or believing in Christ, or there's no such thing as an alien. Alien is a word. Father is the word. So why don't you chew on that? Okay, I believe in living a life of kindness and all the love. What's your opinion on that? Well, believe is not what you think. Believe is a verb. You better go back to school. I can go take you to school right now, and then if you're not a stubborn mule or an ass, you'll listen to me, and you'll realize he said, have your loins girded. I'm not religious. I rebuke every religion, all of them, Catholicism, Satanism, the communion, they follow that, Christian, Satanist, Baptist, Satanist, Mormon, Satanist, Presbyterian, Satanist, Calvinist, Satanist. You add a jot to the scripture, you're a Satanist. Most people are Satanists. 99% of the people who walk this rock think God's in the sky. He divorced his bride because they thought gods were in the sky. They thought Saturn was dying, remember? So they prayed to the sun, right? They try to remember, they thought there was a goddess of heaven in the Big Dipper around. That's been around for thousands of years. It has nothing to do with World War II. No, they're doing it now again. So you better get with the times. It's not 2025, I'll tell you that much. If you think it's 2025, you might want to be quiet. It's not 2025. You're a lunatic. You go by the Satanist, pagan perversion. He said, don't marry truth to a lie, right? That's what Ahab, he married Jezebel, and she told the children lies, Baphomet, worship Bel. The one Trump has his house decorated with, Mithra, Rome, Jesus Christ, birthed in the middle of the winter in a manger, baby manger Jesus. You got to be a complete idiot. Christ was 3 years old when they came into Bethlehem. So what is this baby manger? That's Satan. That's Apollyon. That's a sun god, Mithra, whatever you want to call it. God, that's what you call it. God. There's no such thing as God. That's a title. See, he said, don't add a jot. There's no such thing as Lucifer. That's never written in the text, nor the Old or New Testament. One time, not even once. They added it way later once. And people are Luciferian. You're an idiot. Venus is the morning star, not Lucifer. Grow up. Remember when the king star conjuncted with the morning star? I know I have all these markers on my body. These are the Magi. I remember they were watching the king star up there. Remember the king? Remember, there's 2 kings, 2 crowns. He said, Revelation 3:11, I come quickly, let no one take your crown. But don't worry about it. You won't have an inheritance to set at the feet of Shiloh, and you'll gnash teeth. So that's not for me to decide. Can't turn a goat into a sheep. It's already been decided. You have to die to be saved, be raised from the dead, be judged, and then you receive your inheritance. That's heaven, but that's not in the sky. There's nothing to do with the sky. Go away. You stink like the world. That's what Jezebel taught the children. God's in the sky. That's when Ahab married Jezebel. Now they say they tell this stupid story about giants. A giant is the word Anak, not Nephilim. Nephilim is a bully. Sons of God are doing the will of the Father, not fallen angels. Angel is the word messenger. Angelos, messenger. That's the definition of a messenger. Revelation 9:11 says they have a king. They have a king over them. The angel, the messenger of the abyss. Abyss, I already told you, is hell. Hell's not below your feet. Hell is the word knowledge. Hell is the word no knowledge. You have no knowledge of what the hell you're talking about. You speak like the world. You speak. And he said, don't add to my word, not even a jot. And that's like a period. And now they live on that period. I think they're on their period or something. Their moon. I don't know what they're doing. Ragging out, red team, blue team, whatever they are. A bunch of idiot. They did that in Rome, remember? Their lottery. They lotteried a man, and they ate his flesh, the Mass, Christ Mass, the eating of the king, of the Saturnalia, gods in the sky. She taught this to Jezebel. Remember, taught this to the children. Ahab was a man of God. He followed Agape. Now they've got this flying angel stories where there are 30-foot men with cocks the size of magic school buses, and they slam them into women with 5-foot frames and make some kind of. The word Nephilim is bully. Fallen angels don't come from the sky. That does not what means fallen. Fallen doesn't mean from the sky. It's fallen from the heavens, from grace. Heavens are the ruling class. Earth is the rule. So I don't think hope you don't think you live on the earth or you're ruled. Your master obviously is this world. You can't serve two masters, mammon and God. You serve self and this world. You're supposed to serve Father, and he's the word. If you just sit down and study one word at a time, maybe you wouldn't be such an idiot. An idiot's not an insult. Idiot means you don't know. I'm giving you the credit right there. It means you've never seen it or heard it ever in your life. So don't be an idiot toss. Idiot toss is the word is ignoramus. So watch how many times call somebody an idiot and they'll freak out. Oh, they're the feelings police or whatever they call themselves. I don't know what they are. Like America, the police of the whole world, the Strangulation Nation Corporation, Cobra Commander, like the snake. He said, I was a snake before you let me in, and then you let the bite in. You have to have two hollow needles, like two fangs, like you're on the YouTube, right? Like two witnesses, those two thieves that'll take your inheritance, your crown. Remember, he said, take up your cross. Nobody hung from crosses. Nobody carried crosses. Once again, just worldly idiots. That's okay. Don't worry about it. Won't try to turn a goat here into a sheep. It's not possible, or a sheep into a goat. Remember, was already chosen from the foundation of the world. Prognosko means he had foreknowledge of. That's in Romans, Paul's writings, remember? Ephesians, remember? Love it. Wrestle not against flesh and blood, but Romans, I also did foreknow who I did predestine to conform to the image of Christ. So, are you Christ-like? Are you standing against the law? The corporation, the halakha, was the old, right, law perverted. Perverted is the word forwarded. They forwarded the halakha, right? No, they forwarded the Torah and made a targum, or their Torah or Talmud or Mishnah, or yes, halakha was the oral law. Like Moses was given the law orally, and they pounded it out on stone, rock, tablets, scrolls. The skies will roll back like a scroll. It's all right. Don't worry. Don't worry. I will not change you. Father already chose who's going to be at the wedding feast of the lambs. It's already, remember, he said, I also did foreknow who I did predestine to conform to the image of Christ. That's the ones who will be called out in the Lamb's book of life. So it's only about a marriage. Don't let anybody into some religious idiot, because the religions are all vain. I could make anybody who's a religious, whatever, bring your biblical scholar to me. Let's see what they have to say about the gospel. Let's see if they even can share it with anybody else. Doubt it. So, no, not by chance. There you go. The fake Israel, that's not Israel in scripture, is not the 1940. Yeah, I have it up on the board. I was going to do a lesson last night, but I just chose to sit down, and that's okay. No, the Israel in scripture is in Russia. The Israel is in New Mystery Babylon. The Israel is in Palestine. The Israel is in Iran. The Israel is all flesh. The Israel in the desert is an abomination. That's a blasphemous, and that nation is an absolute, just like America. They're both, all of them. Any nation that goes outside the covenant of their own borders is an abomination to this new covenant. So that's not Israel in scripture, because all of this is spiritual. So I rebuke Israel. That nation should, it'll get what it says coming. Remember, Father will pour out a just measure. That's a fake nation, a fake Israel, fake Jews. It's a spiritual. There's no physical Israel. So anybody who thinks that is an idiot. They don't have any idea about anything that's going on this world. They probably think God's in the sky, and that's Israel. No, that's not Israel, and God's not in the sky. It's not 2025, and hell's not below your feet, and neither is earth, and you don't live on a planet, so get out of here. He told about fake Jews, remember? So, thanks for your taxes, but we win. No, I don't do taxes. Remember? I'm off the grid. Yeah. So, and I don't care who you are. You're the beast if you've got taxes. Are you eating people's taxes? Remember, he whipped the people selling, for taxation. Remember, no taxation without representation. That's over 2% taxes in the tea in the harbor they threw. I'll throw you out of here if you're an idiot. Not going to come against this gospel or any of this biblical, scriptural, celestial, historical records. I've kept them. Akashic. Remember, I studied Yuga cycles. Kali. Going back to Kali. No, you're not. You're an idiot. Get out of here. It's not 2025, so don't even talk to me. You smell like the world. I'm not envious. Israel is an abomination. Israel is a bride. Israel is the Gentiles. Israel is forgiveness of sin. Israel is redemption. The ones you'll call out at the wedding feast of the lambs. Forgiveness of sin. Oh, you fake Jews don't like that, do you? They're God, brothers and sisters. Remember Noahide? That's what Mr. O'Vomit, right? They love this stuff. Remember with this ring, and then, who we got in there now? Oh, we put the bite in. Oh, let's go back to the future. 47 is 11. Let's go back in time. 4 plus 5 is 9. 4 plus 7 is 11. President 9/11 that's in office. I think he's been about 9 months now or something like that. Oh, that's about the gestation birth time of a child, isn't it? Oh, 40 weeks. He does it all by the number. Yes, he does. 7 shofars, ram's horn shall sound the final trump. Imagine that. Stick that in your apple pipe and smoke on that there, you devil. Devil's not a word that's written in Scripture. Don't worry about it. Remember, wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers. Spiritual weakness is spiritual. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord. May the power of his might put on the whole armor of God, that you may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. Does your book say devil? You're an idiot. If your book says devil, please leave. Okay? Go away. There's no such word as devil. There's no such word as planet. There's no such thing as speaking in tongues. There's no such thing as being saved. There's no such thing as accepting Christ. You can't believe in God. Can't believe in there's no J's in Scripture. So who's Christ? Who's Jesus? Jesus is a term. Who's Christ? Who's Lord? These are all terms that are never written in the original text. So you speak new mystery, Babylonian psychobabble, and it's not 2025. So go away. Just go away. Girl, don't go away, man. You're a Jezebel. Just go away. I love the word. You love the world. You stink like the world. I can smell it a million miles away. I don't care how far you are from me. It's your dialect, your gloss of your tongue. It's alien. That's a word, not something. Aliens don't exist in any kind of physical form. No, they don't. You're an idiot. See, your dialect is foreign. It's oligos. You have fraction of puny. So go away, little dick. Nimrod, whatever you want to call yourself. The mighty hunter. Stick your little Cupid's arrow in somebody else's basket there. He said, don't hide that light. Put it at the top of your house. So God's not in the sky. And we're not going to have that Nimrod worship in here. It's all religion. All of them are vain. Every one of them. It's just as bad as the government, right? He said, stand against that, right? He stood against that, and they threw him in jail and fined him and whipped him and striped him. He said, conform to my image. So you getting any stripes out there, huh? They put holes in him. Anybody want to put holes in you? They hung him from a tree. Does anybody want to hang you? Nobody hung on crosses. Christ never carried a cross. He tells you to carry your cross, but that's not a cross. It's a spiritual crucifixion. Suffering, thalipsis, tribulation. Fiery trials, long suffering. These are the bride. These are the disciples. They take up their cross. Remember Matthew, deny yourself daily. That's porneia, the Greek word. Idolatry. He divorced his bride for just that, going after gods in the sky. Where does ask everybody you know, all your friends, all your relatives, all your neighbors. First of all, if they celebrate birth, they're a Satanist, because there's only 2 birth dates in all the Scripture. So we're definitely not supposed to celebrate even one birth date, and the only birth date in Scripture is Satan's birthday. Oh, well, imagine that, and you celebrate that. Jesus Christ, December 25th, born in the middle of the winter in a manger. Satan, the sun god Apollyon, the one that Donald Trump has his house decorated with. Imagine that. God, that's what we call God, right? Baphomet, the 3-gender god, the guy that 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. So we go fight for oil wars. They can touch your kids at the airport. That's why he wants them touching your kids. EpiPen Island, boy. Remember Mr. Stinky Muskrat came out and said it, and nobody cared. And how long did I tell you in advance? Years. It's like I told you he was going to be selected. They're selected. He was campaign funded by the Fortune 500 companies. Who do you think can put him in office? He's a bankster. Give a man a gun, he'll rob a bank. Give a man a bank, you'll rob the world. You push, right, Donald Trump off a bank, 500-story, he'll still land in a suit. Remember? All I do is win, win, win. You know they ride the train. You know what I'm talking about. Don't hold these people accountable. They voted for him 3 times. 3 times. When I think about the firmament declares the handiwork of the Father. I have the firmament all over my body. Everywhere you look. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Be like a wise man. Look up at the stars and the sun and the firmament. Yeah, the water's above and the water's below. As is above, so is below. Yeah, they're lost in space. Those with less will have more, and those will have more without. So you see, look at this. This is the idiocracy of the world, brothers and sisters. I don't support no politicians. I don't support anybody who even votes. You're my enemy. Christ stood against the perverted government. The Targum was their halakha. You just don't know what you're talking about. You speak a bunch of crap. Hagada was the written law. You could write it down, but you couldn't speak it. The halakha was the oral law. You could speak it, but not write it down. But you don't know what you're talking about. So get a piece of paper and write it down. I've studied, okay? I'm still in a study mode, always in a study mode. Get a life hack. That's what you can call this. This is a gospel hack. You won't get it anywhere else. There's only Jim Brown. Go see Jim Brown right now. Get out of here, leave. He's on Grace and Truth Ministries right now. Guarantee you'll teach, you get taught more in the next 10 minutes. If you go watch him right now, then you've learned in the last 15, 20 years. Go watch right now. Go to watch 15 minutes. He's live right now and come back and tell me you didn't learn more in 20 minutes. Come back in 20 minutes. I'll still be here. Jim Brown, Grace and Truth Ministries, go. Why are you still here? All of you should have been out here. None of you watch Grace and Truth Ministries. What a bunch of, you guys are asses. You know that? You act like a bunch of asses. I give you a gem, something to learn, and you'd say, don't worry about it. Father says, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. You love it, don't you? Boom. The word is so freaking powerful. I live for it. That's all I live for, the word. I won't let you pervert it. He said, guard my commandments. 2 John and 6, if you love me, you'll walk and follow my commandments. He says in Matthew, take up your cross daily. Luke, my disciples, are you a disciple if you can't execute the mission or even know what the mission is? Do you know what it is that he's asking you to do? He said, carry your cross daily. Take up your cross daily, deny yourself daily, and follow after me daily. So are you doing what he did? Are you Christ-like? Does anybody want to throw you in a jail cell? Hang you from a tree? Stick you like you're some kind of animal and hang, put a crown of thorns, not these little baby TV thorns that go into your skull, rip your beard out of your face, stripe you. You getting your stripes out there, huh? He said, conform to my image, follow after me. Are you getting your stripes? Are you standing up against this corporation, beast system, America? No, I'm not talking to you, America. I'm talking about the beast system, America, New Mystery Babylon with all its nations, Strangulation Nation, the Cobra Commander. We command you or we'll drop bombs on you. I know I'm a veteran. Don't like what I did. He said, come out of her, my people. Be in it, but be not of it. So you better get ready to learn without flesh, because once you go to Father, you can't have flesh to be with Father. Remember, Father doesn't have flesh. He had the flesh vessel birth through the canal, water, just like you've been birthed through this merchant law, land, air, and water. Yep, you're a merchant law. You're a corporation. You've been slave nation. They just killed a whole Ukrainian generation with your tax dollars. Father didn't like taxes. He whipped the people selling the doves. Remember? For the exchange rate. Now we make everybody pay for over 50 years with the oil dollar that Donald Trump's responsible for. Don't fool yourself. The man who dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes so they can still touch kids at the airport. Can he touch much? Yeah, like Biden. He let the Biden 2 wings to the same dragon, 2 cheeks to the same hole. They did red and blue in Rome. Remember, they ate a man after barbecuing for a week. That's when he has his house decorated with Jesus Christ, a Baphomet, the sun god, the 3-gender bender god, 3-in-1 god, 3-in-1, like dropping 3 steel buildings and resurrecting a 1 world freedom tower. There's no such thing as freedom. That's long gone, and there's no such thing as free will. No luck. No such thing as being saved. You have to endure to the end to be saved. That's the word sozo, carried, picked up, lifted, beginning point, ending point. Not a bomb, no, but healed. Yep. So you have to endure to the end to be saved. That means you're going to have to die. We're all going to have to be raised at one final trump, and we'll all be judged. And then heaven isn't above your head. And then you get saved because you've already been bought, paid, and purchased. That's the word redemption. He said, look up, for your redemption draweth nigh. Where are you at right now in your walk? in faith. Because remember, by faith and faith alone, we are saved. But you got to put Maranatha, girded in my service, he said. Trim your lamps, have extra oil. Yeah, until I return. That's when you, yeah, that's your, remember, that's your great and dreadful day of the Lord. So you could have died 100 years ago. See, this is, nobody dies and goes to the sky. So stop it. That's what the world does. You're an idiot. Okay? No more. Stop it. He said, come out of my people. Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. You're not supposed to celebrate one day. Not one. You're supposed to take your cross up and carry your cross every day. And he didn't carry a cross. Nobody hung from crosses. They hung him from a tree. Does anybody want to hang you from a tree? He said, follow after me. Conform to my image. Prognosko is the Greek word to have foreknowledge of. So he already knows who's going to conform to his image. He said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. So he's making everybody who he wants to do it, do it. You're not doing it. Nobody's coming to Christ. Accepting Christ is blasphemy. Can't accept Christ. Can't be saved. Remember, I already told you have to die to be saved. Return, redemption. I don't care. He's still not come back yet. So nobody's been saved yet. Nobody's gone to the sky. Nobody's dead and gone to heaven. That's an idiot. Heaven's not above your head. The firmament declares the handiwork. That's a clock, and people think some numbers on a wall or some digits on a screen is time. You're an idiot. Time is, how about planting food? You know anything about planting food? Remember, you'll know them by their fruit. One bad apple upsets the whole apple cart, so only she even say change a jot. It's worldly. I know this doesn't sound like it's alien to you, but this is how much, I studied the word and continue to study. So, dude, get out of here, you're a drug pusher. They're a Chinese spy balloon 69. You work for Donald Trump, the biggest drug dealer ever known to history of mankind, the number one single selling product ever, $2.2 trillion. A drug, Pfizer, he created it. You work for him. You've been programmed. You're a vessel of wrath fitted for destruction. I don't do meth. You're an idiot. Never done. Even asked the Oregon State Police when they tried to get warrant to this house, they made sure before they SWAT raided it that it's not in a meth lab because I've been exposing that they're selling it. Well, the local cops, oh, there we go. Take it and stick that in your apple pipe. You can go look at the thousands of hours of this documentation that I've already done it. So why don't you go there and stick that in your apple pipe and smoke that there, Smokey. Yep, so you'll know them by their fruit. So go around this town and everybody knows that's what I'm against. They don't like that, huh? That's why they came SWAT raided my house, because people just like you are drug pushers. And they want to deal them and get the free run without anybody saying anything. So stop pushing your drugs. You sound like these people in these towns, the cops and the farmers, the rich people. See, you want a free pass for pushing drugs. You're just like the government. They deal more drugs than anybody. Remember, Donald, I'm a veteran. You know anything about Afghanistan? You think about any of these black ops wars or any of these? Oh, wait, hold on. That's private contractor. We're not in a war because we're privately contracted, right? So go ahead. One more thing. They're a Chinese spy balloon. They're NASA. Not a space agency. Okay, whatever. Get out of here. You're an idiot. Man, people are drug pushers, guys. Have been programmed to do this. Do you see that? They come in, or they'll tell me something's mentally wrong with me. Then they want me to lay on the couch, and then they want me to take drugs. See how they do that? Either way, they've been programmed like a virus, which is not even a living organism. So what the hell are you afraid of a virus for? It's sitting there. It's a virus. It's dead on a counter or something. Why you can't catch something that's dead? But anyways, you want to catch just the tip? Do that, just the tip ritual with virology. I think maybe that person took too many jabs, maybe too much tap water. A lot of people got jabbed. They took the jab and people were kind of off. You know what I'm saying? I think they'd like to do that. They're Mexican Americans. You know, you can see it right in their teeth. You know, a lot of them, they're really bad. But I feel bad because now they got this fentanyl and all that. It's just getting worse. They don't care. It's the government. Remember who kills more people than religion? Oh, wait. Government. Oh, religion. So and these people push it. That's the religion. They've been programmed like a spy balloon, like a Chinese spy balloon full of hot air. You'll know them by their fruit, brothers and sisters. Who's the largest purchaser of helium, brothers and sisters, on this rock? I'm only talking to my brothers and sisters. Otherwise, if you're not, get out of here. Please leave. I don't sup with vipers. I'm not trying to change you. If you're a goat, get out of here. You're from the wrong flock here, man. This ain't no flock of seagulls. Wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. Remember, he whipped the people selling the dove. So that's what I'll do. Yeah, it's a ellipsis, tribulation. NASA, thank you. NASA's got more. We got Chinese spy balloon coming in here trying to push drugs on me. Why do people do that? Because they're programmed, brothers, sisters. I've shown you over and over this. People do this. That's just what they think. If they don't agree with you, they think something was wrong. Or if you can actually calculate your thoughts a little bit before what you say it. How do people like meth do that? I'm a drug recognition expert. I'm a prior law enforcement officer. Those people have kind of a hard time keeping track of what they're talking about. They're all methed up on the Adderall. They push this stuff on everybody. The drugs is pushed by the government. They got their methicing cabinets, remember? Yeah, whatever. Don't talk about it or I'll just throw you out of here. Thanks for coming in. So anyways, we're just continuing our conversation towards this, the gospel here. What's going on with this, what we do in here. We do it daily and you're not going to come against it. And if you try to be a part of something that he said don't sup with, we won't allow you to. Okay? So, I'm not going to have it. He said, don't cast your pearls before swine. So we're not going to let you stay in here if you're a goat. This is the wedding feast of the lambs prelim party here. But we're not celebrating. We just do it every day. Siesta, whatever you want to call it. A siesta. I have that song in my head. Whatever. I told you, I got 15 million things going in my head. I can talk to you guys and still think about what I'm doing outside and I was already doing and what I'm going to do tomorrow and what I did 10 years ago. I don't know. Everybody's brain's different. That's why I didn't like being alive. As soon as I came, I knew I didn't even listen. I didn't listen in school. I mean, I passed and got a diploma, but, I didn't have to. My dad died. I just did it because I thought my dad would want me to do it, and I should. And so anyways, but, I didn't listen in school. I learned 90+% when I learned after I got out of school, but I still joined the military at 17 and scored in the top percentile in my scores, and so enough to, even pick my job in the military. So I was a police officer and you have to have one of the higher scores in law enforcement. So it's just because I can use my brain, but that doesn't make me better than anybody. And it doesn't make me, that doesn't mean I use drugs. What's wrong with people? Too much drug pushing on everybody. They just, like a parrot, they just squawk what the government does. They're pig lickers and people in government. So he said, don't sup with vipers or cast your pearls before swine. What are swine? Pigs. So anybody who supports the government, anybody, that's what Christ stood against, the government. So people don't know that about Christ. Nobody knows Christ. Nobody knows Christ. They don't know Christ. They don't know the Hamashiach. They celebrate. If anybody celebrates, they're not Christ-like. If you don't stand against people celebrating, you're not Christ-like. You're not. You're swine. You're low energy. Get with the times. Northeast, west, and south here on the news, what we're talking about here. This is not new news. It's in the scripture. You just have to sit down and start reading it one word at a time. Slow down. Stop thinking you don't know anything. You need to unlearn before you can ever learn anything. I know that's what I discovered, more than a decade ago, and I've been doing this for decades, and it took me at least a decade to unlearn and kind of start to refilter these things back in properly, refile, and because my brain doesn't work like your brain. I have a quantum brain like a computer. Just simple math, that's all. Algebra, if you will. Let's break it back down a little bit and half it for you. Kind of, simple form. There's nothing complex. It's just, you want me to go D-Wave with you, fifth dimension? My brain is not right, and I know that. I knew that from a young age, but I can still got to be here. And, it's kind of alarming to think how other people think. Imagine that, because nobody thinks about you the way you think about you. Not even one single person you know. You're the only person in your life that thinks about you the way you think about yourself. So, dude, why in the hell would you ask me that in the middle of the day, dude? You have got to be the biggest freaking idiots that come in here. You're going to ask me that at what time of the day? Do you ever use your brain before opening your mouth? We were just talking about being able to engage our brain before we open our mouth. You came into a ministry. Wow, people are gone, man. Lost in space, guys. They think space is above their head. There's no such thing as space. It's not 2025, so don't worry about it. Do you ever go to bed? Do you sleep 8 hours in a row? You're an idiot. Go punch your clock, go to work, go to do whatever you do. How are you talking to me in the middle of the day? I've been working. I took a break here. I was working on the cabin out there in the cabin. Maybe we'll go out there and show you what I was doing. I own the property here. I work my ass off. I own the land that I'm on. I have more property that I own. I have more property. I have some property for sale. Why, you want to buy some? Do you ever shut up? When you come in and think about what you say before you ever say it? Look at people. They don't. They just step right. Their mouth opens, just goes, bah! You know, and they just open their mouth and it just falls out. It's just vomit tsunamis. Remember, if you're vile, vain, I'll vomit you from my mouth. You know, lukewarm. That's, you know. Seek Yahweh. No, there's no vowels in Hebrew. You're wrong. That's aletheia. You're wrong. Don't put out. Don't do. That's not the truth. The truth is, don't add a jot or a tittle. And now you've added to the Hebrew word vowels. There's no vowels. A-E-I-O, Jesus, or whatever your nonsense. You're an idiot. Go away, child. Yahweh is the devil. Yahweh, Behim, Hamashiach. I can speak all that dialect, Hebrew, Greek, but you're adding, so you don't even. How about? Tell me what the word froward means. Tell me what froward means. Morgue. Tell me what the word froward. Hamashiach. We'll give you a couple. We'll throw it. That should be a simple one. If you speak any Hebrew, you should get both of those pretty quickly. Waiting. Doom, 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 doom. Oligos, any Greek? I speak several languages, so go away. You're violating. You're such a child. You're gonna add. And he said that's in Revelation. Remember, that's the apocalypse. That's the book we're in right now. Exactly where we're at in the second rider of Revelation in the red horse. You know, man will kill man, and here we are. You know, wars, rumors of wars. But anyway, so come on, Morg. All right, Morg doesn't speak any other languages, so he speaks psychobabble. So we'll get him out of here. He had all the chance. This is 2 words. Normally I give people 1, but so just slow down, Turbo. Sorry, I just heard a fly. I'm gonna have to get this fly. I can't stand flies. Germany, wow. What's going on over there? Good to see you back in here, KJ. Thanks for coming in. No, we don't shout anybody out. You can get some washing detergent and shout your. You make me want to shout, give my hands up and shout, give my hands. These people are lost, guys. Stop being a worldly idiot, please. Go away. Girl, don't go away, mad. Just go away. Well, I gotta get this fly out of here. We'll get the security screen door blasted. Where'd it go? I go sit back down, it'll fly right around me. Come on now. Where'd it go? Damn, that's warm out there. I'm gonna shut the damn door. Too hot. Pretty hot out there. I had to come down. I was working on that ladder, doing the roof and doing the walls, doing the north or the east wall today. I had to redo some insulation there and so we're taking a break here because it's pretty hot out there today. That sun it's cooking out here in the desert. It's been hotter, but I just opened that door. It's a little cooler here in the cabin because I kept the cabin shut up here. And I was working on the Rusty Dragon over at the other cabin. I'm in the Rusty Cowboy right now. So, I don't know if I'm gonna get back out in that cabin. It's too high. I took the door off too, so I'm gonna redo that door and just lots of busy. I got a list of about 50 things. You know, you should probably get done what you need done before, you know. They just put military in 19 states. Is anybody in one of these states where they put the military in? This is getting pretty serious pretty quick. You know, we're gonna go invade. We're already in Mexico, and you know, we're now going to go invade the cartel. That's Mexico too. That's any of these countries, South American countries, and we're not going to win that war. We're not going to win it. You should really start thinking pretty seriously what they're doing right now. And I don't do politics. If you're one of these religious idiots, this is past red or blue, Democrat or Republican. They're just taking people and kidnapping people off the streets of this country right now in America that I live in. His father's got me pinned down here. If I could leave today, I would be gone. See you, bye. And, you know, I'd leave. This is incredibly unsafe. I know, and those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction come upon those who call out for peace and safety. So, you know, people are just going to sit around and with their thumb up their ass. I don't know. They're just an ass. They can't be learned. They can't be taught. They're just sucking on it. I don't know what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? They're not doing anything, and they could. And it's one thing they could do is speak up about what's going on. Speak up about what's going on. Christ spoke up, and he suffered. And if you're not suffering, then you're not Christ-like. So most people don't know Christ. I know I spent a lot of time talking about these things, but, you know, we need to still think about what's going on around us. We need to be charitable. People need this word more than ever, brother and sister. So if you can glean some of this gospel here and go share it with others, that's what you should be doing. That's what he's supposed to do as a disciple. Take up your cross. It's going to come with suffering. People don't want it, but don't worry. You'll find the ones that do. Don't try to turn a goat into a sheep. Remember, I just toy with people in here. I don't have to do that. I apologize. I make, you know, myself do it. You know, it's part of the channel. If I just turn the comments off or didn't address trolls, or we just threw them out of here, we learn off of all these comments. Look, every time I open my mouth and mention a comment, it's normally some kind of lesson, you know, not always. Or, you know, I mean, say if we're making a comment with these people and then give them a couple times, get them out of here. We know that's how it works. That's a beautiful thing about Father's word. You know, do not cast your pearls before swine. Come out of her, my people. Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. I could go on and on and on, and I do, but I'm just saying, remember, I don't need to think about the word. It's already on my heart, and he makes me say what I say. So, oh, no worries. That's where we always need the word, is what helps us. There's so many. You could just, I told you, just look up that word, one word. You can just study that word if you wanted to with your concordance, you know, one word. Or you could take, you know, and study the people's past, you know, experiences with the word, because there's others, you know, that are in the narrow way, you know what I'm saying? And, that's the better thing to do, is when life deals us a blow, go back to the word, man. Fall on the word. It's the rock. He's a rock. Don't build your house on sinking sand. The world wants to snatch you up and tempt you to give into your flesh. You know what I'm saying? All right, get out of here, Paul. You're a troll. You're a troll. Stop it. So go away. You don't know. It's too bad you don't know anything about Paul's writings. Think about all the 13th apostle Paul's writings and all the suffering that he went through and the gospel he went out. Remember, they threw him backwards off a cliff. A stoning wasn't throw little river rocks at you to take you to the highest precipice in the land. You know, the highest point, a tall building or off a cliff. And they line you up backwards and shove you off backwards. We ain't got to the stones yet. They're not little river rocks. They were stones. They'd like, your accuser got to come, and, you know, that didn't break your neck and kill you. They would take it and throw a big, you know, well, you've asked the same thing over and over again, you know, and then my moderator told you, be patient, and then you ask the same damn question. Yeah, you are a troll, or you're stuck on dumb or something. So don't waste people's time. What are you about, Paul? How prepared are you? Do you have a water filter? Are you in the word? Are you one of these worldly idiots? Idiot's not somebody who knows. Idiot's somebody who's never heard. So you can't hold them accountable for it. Remember, Father will condemn them. We just show people to the narrow way here. That's what we're doing, and through the broad way. So why don't you focus, concentrate, like some orange juice or something? I don't know what you're on. Are you on the jab? Did you take many jabs? I know people did, and they're like, get stuck on this kind of, I remember I was talking about it. They feel like they're intoxicated, guys. Everybody's forgot about this. all these people who took this jab, they even talked about it. I tried to tell you, there's accident stuff all went up during that's why insurance and everything is skyrocketed. You just miss the littlest thing, some jobs, and that could be the difference between life and death. So some of these people feel, I used to be a prior traffic crash reconstructionist, I've been a certified, standard build sobriety. I know what it's like to be impaired, your ability to be impaired. And so some people, that's kind of how they feel, almost all like groggy driving. Imagine feeling like that all the time. So maybe some people just a little stuck, and so I'm not trying to be rude or crude. Maybe some people, like I said, maybe somebody gave them their wrong pills or something, because they're caretaker. Nobody even thinks about these things anymore. So, but don't be a troll or we'll throw you out of here. Don't say anything swine or we'll throw you out of here. He said, don't sup with vipers or cast your pearls before swine. So if you have dementia, that's fine. You're not below anybody in here. The gospel should be written on your heart, and everybody needs the gospel. It don't matter who you are. Remember, black, white, brown, red, yellow, Jew, Gentile, man, wood, good, and evil. So there's nobody that doesn't need the gospel. But if you can't produce fruit in here, we will let you go. Because one bad apple, it'll upset the whole apple cart like a little leaven. It leavens the whole lump. Remember? That's how it works. So glad I sometimes wish I could have that. And I don't mean to be like that. I could just slow this brain down a little bit, but it's okay. I'll get plenty of sleep when I die. So people, are you sleeping? Well, of course I sleep, you idiots. I want to sleep for too long, like I said, I might choke to death from my own damn lung fluid, but that happens a lot in this country, heart and respiratory failure, but I'm all right. Thanks for coming in. Don't worry about it. If you forget something, that's okay. We're all forgetful people, or they don't know their ass from hole in the ground. They don't know they know some other Jesus. Paul, why don't you do yourself a favor and read all Paul's writings and just go over that a lot. That'll help you out a lot. And maybe I'm not saying it's security or dementia, but so stay in the book. Corinthians, go read the book of Corinthians today. Maybe read Colossians, Thessalonians, Ephesians. No, read Ephesians. All right, I'll stop. They're all Paul's writings. So read all of Paul's writings. And so thank you, the Apostle Paul. Thank you for sending us 13, the Apostle, the 13th Apostle Paul. So like 13 calendar months in a year, not 12. There's not 12 months in a year. Stop it, you lunatics. We're playing your silly reindeer games. That's your other Jesus. So it's not hard, brothers, sisters, right? Nimrod. These people are just in it, in the world. They're in the matrix, remember? Children. They even got out of the matrix yet. They haven't been birthed. They do. They act like not even toddlers, No knowledge. So show them to the narrow way, and Father will pour out that living water on them, right? Hallelujah. Go to the man with the vessel pouring out the living water. Drink of the deep waters. Remember, he said to the woman at the well, and you will never thirst again. So not while I'm in this flesh. I'll always never be quenched. Not till after I die. That deep water. Hallelujah. Follow it to the end, brothers, sisters, right? The end is after you die. So you got to do this until your last breath. And if you know that, then you're not going to give up. You're going to die trying. Girded in my service, he said. What are you doing? What's your service? Tell me your service. Put your service. What is God calling you to do right now? What is Father calling you? The Most High, I am, birthed his son under this covenant of meek, not weak. We're all supposed to be girded. The bride, the disciples are supposed to be girded in his service. So what are you doing? What you doing? How you doing? What you doing? Just hanging out, taking up space, breathing everybody's oxygen, stealing everybody's oxygen like 5G whiz. That's what 5G whiz is. No, hell's not above your head, or heaven's not above your head. But no, you're an idiot. Get out of here, Justin. You're a Justin Bieber, or the just-in-time delivery system. Thanks for coming in here and showing everybody what an idiot you are. I'm an eternal being, and maybe when you wake from your final rest, I'll be there when you open up your eyes and you go, holy shit, I was wrong. We'll see, because I'm eternal, and you won't have eyes because you don't need flesh to be alive. You're an idiot. You're a child. Go walk through a doorway of time, and one door opens, another one closes behind you. One closes, another one opens. There's no such thing as time. There is no heaven, but that's because it's not above your head. You don't die and go to the sky. Hell's not below your feet. Hell's no knowledge, and that's what you are. You're an idiot child that has no knowledge, and that's okay. I'm not condoning you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You're an idiot. Idiot means you don't know. When we die, we don't go to the sky. How about that? We don't die and go to the sky. Okay? Nobody dies and goes to hell. Nobody's been judged yet. Says, don't worry. You're going to pass through that book of judgments whether you like it or not. Everybody will pass through the judgments. You don't have to have a faith or not. You don't have to have a belief. Belief is an action word. It's not, you can't believe in a God. That's not what the word believe means. So you're just an idiot child and you don't understand anything about what you're saying. And so don't worry about it. Heaven's not above your head. Hell's not below your feet. And I rebuke all religions, but don't be a child to come in here and be a demon or a liar. You're a liars, that's the word Nephilim or demon. Nephilim is a bully because you're trying to tell people nothing happens, and I'm an eternal being that's a million billion years old that never ends. I don't end. I don't end. I don't have an end. If I'm eternal, how do I end? Remember, before Abraham, he said, before Abraham was, I am. Self-existent, Jehovah God. If you're going to use the J, self-existent. So, burn the flag. Thanks for coming in. We burn all flags, all American flags, Ireland flags, Russian flags. We burn the flags. We don't take our oath. We give our oath to the word and in this country, to the Constitution. So they can come in there. You don't time anybody out because they put a flag. If that's what, we'll just tell them no flags. And then they put it in again, then burn them. Okay. Put them to the fire. But we just need to show people flags are just, and the people are just used to doing that. That's okay. It's just kind of a familiarity thing. It's like an identifier, but we don't need to see your flag. It's like, you can keep your, some things are better left unsaid. And in this case, so, you want to see a tongue twister? I don't have any tongue twisters. Sorry. I went to the dam to get some damn water, but the damn man told me there wasn't any damn water, so I told the damn man to keep his own damn water. I don't know. What's a tongue twister? How about that one? Damn! So, yeah, we don't burn, we burn the flags. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Just burn the flags. Burn them. What does a flag mean? I can't stand that people don't think about the right of the people and they're thinking about a flag. You know what I'm saying? What does a flag have to do with the country? That's pride. That all comes with that pride and all that. And right to be an American, work needs to know I'm a fee, slave, sheep, land of the sheep, home of the slaves. You know what I'm saying? So people are just used to doing it, and I understand that. So we're creatures of habit. Remember, we actually do pretty well off a consistent schedule. So people, they know that, and they use that to your advantage. Like, go sleep 8 hours, get up, go to work, come home, kick the dog, beat the wife, drink the beer, whatever order you do it in. Don't do any of those things, brothers, sisters. I'm just kidding. But, whatever your routine is, and then I barely have enough time to even take a vacation once a year. It's pretty bad. When people really don't have to do any of those things, you can separate yourself from the whole system. You might not have much to start, but I've had everything taken from me over and over again. I've started back to where I just had a tent and lived in a tent. And look at all the stuff that's on this property. That was 6 years ago. I had everything that I owned taken from me. And there's so much abundance around me. And I did it quarter cock, not even half cock, because I don't have anybody to do it with. So it's okay. I got Kevin here now, inspiring. He's doing his thing, and I'm doing my thing. So, but, easy come, easy go, right? You better think about it that way with this flesh that you're living in. So we'll go back to what's going on. What's going on? What's going on in your neck of the woods? What are you doing? What are you doing for Father? What's your service? What are you doing? What's he got you doing right now? He's got me doing what I'm doing. I have a ministry here that he has me built over, again, rebuild it, crush it down, trying to. So I'm personally trying to get out of the United States because it's a very dangerous place. I think it's the most dangerous place to be right now in the world. Nothing more dangerous than this corporation that enslaves more people in prison, more people in jails and prisons, private prisons and jails in America than all the other countries combined. How's that? How much population do we have? Think about what I just told you, brothers and sisters. This is a free nation. Free nation? How much of the populace as a whole is this corporation, the United Corporations, divided states of the former constitutional republic, for which it's been slammed from the front and the rear, liquor in the front and poker in the rear. They've been hammering this. They just keep printing more money. The people is who's getting hammered. Oh, we'll shut down the whole damn economy and give you a $1,200 check. That'll make it all better when you got a $3,600 mortgage payment every month. Stupid, man. It's just unbelievable how far we've come from the truth. There's no truth left in this world. The only truth is in Father's word. Nobody wants to talk about anything that's really going on, as these elitists just keep ramming it to the people. So we were having talk about earlier about the Deagle maps. We're going to get whacked in the U.S., guys. If the Deagle maps are right, we're going to lose that Venezuela war bad and fast, because we only have to the end of the year to lose 200 plus, right, million people. How's that going to happen? How about a war with Venezuela? So outstanding, KJ. I love giving haircuts. We've talked about that. I love giving free haircuts. We've had that conversation. Nothing like giving a free haircut away. I just love it, especially when they love it. It's a good, nice high and tight or something like that. We did a lot of those, and they're like, "Yep, take that. Don't worry about it. It's going to grow back. It's not like I gave you something that's permanent. It's just for a moment." And so, always enjoyed giving away those haircuts. So, yeah, I've been thinking about maybe. I was talking to my ex, and she's trying to get all her things in order with her, and she all her kids are grown up now, pretty much. They're all teenagers, and she really missed a lot of her children's lives, which is her doing. And when I dated her, a lot of people didn't understand, because I was a single dad and spent so much time, going through court battles for my son, to get him in a better situation. And then I was dating somebody, and she had kids, but she wasn't in her kid's life. And people are like, "How could you be? You're just the opposite." Well, I said, she's doesn't want to bounce in and out of their lives, and I have respect for that. She's trying to get her stuff together until she can be consistent back in their lives again. She's got issues. We all got issues. She's not perfect. Neither am I. None of us are. But trying to be her friend. I've had, it's nice that you can, not have war with your ex. And my son doesn't like her, but she didn't treat me very good in front of my son, and so and she knows that now. She's like, "Oh, that was stupid of me." Of course he hates me. I was just selfish. I wasn't ready to be committed, and you're a serious guy, and just so. But anyways, I've been her friend, and she's been talking about. He just kind of brought it up to in my attention. It's something I had never thought about, like how when I was a dad, that I was just always so focused. There's nothing I can do. I got to keep straight because I'm a dad, and it keeps your life just completely. And I'm still a dad. Look I'm still not done with the life. I might be going to jail because of my son, right? So, not just saying that, I'm saying, but she had talked about maybe getting out, and we just brought up the discussion. She's like, because she's 37, I think, something like that. She's younger than me, and her kids are all grown, and she really missed a lot of her kids' life. I mean, she get updates, and she knew that they were okay, but they were in a better place at the time, where she felt that she didn't, want to subject them to not being stable. So she mentioned, because she's trying to get her life in order, and she's doing things in kind of a fashion, much more regimented before. What I was always trying to get her when I was dating her, I'm like, you got to get your life in order, lady. In order to ever have your kids, you need to have uh, stability. Children need a constant stability, and then they thrive. Just a schedule. And so I respect her. See what I'm saying? Because she didn't want to bounce in and out of their life. That's respectable. Rather than pop in, be the McRib mom or the McRib dad. You ever see the McRib mom or dad? They come up to town. They want all the attention, right? Oh, come on, look at me. Look at me. I'm the McRib. That's what I consider these parents. I know I spent a lot of time. I was a single dad and mom for 8 years. I took, almost 8 years out of my son, just a little over 2 years old. Started going into custody. It just wasn't a good situation and spent a long time. And, but you ever seen the McRib dad or the McRib mom? They come into town every once in a while and they want to, they want all the attention. Everybody loves them, right? Pretty good analogy. I heard that. I'm like, dude, I'm stealing that. That is the best thing I think I've ever heard. Dude, I've heard some good gems in my life, dude, but that is totally the absent parent that comes in every once in a while. Isn't that beautiful, guys? Isn't that beautiful? You ever seen a parent like that? They come into town every once in a while, and whatever, they get some money, they want to come in and spoil the kid, but then they're gone. And the child's like, whoa, what's going on? I had a mom. My mom was like that. She never would keep what she said. My dad kept his word come hell or high water. I don't care what happened. You know what I'm saying? And I just good because I got to see both sides. My mom was a flake and my dad kept his word. So, I had to respect her for that, for not being flaky with her kids, and I don't know if you ever heard that, guys, but use that. Tell that to everybody you know. That's because I don't like when parents don't, buck up and either be in your kid's life or don't. Don't bounce in and out. Don't be the McRib dad. Oh, look at me. I'm the best thing ever. I got pickles and barbecue sauce and I'm some kind of celeb, let me take the kid out and go take him to Chuck E. Cheese. And when I heard that, man, I said, you know what? That is one of the best things I think I've ever heard in my entire life, because that does explain how some single moms or dads have to deal with their, their ex-spouses or whatever, and then pop in and out of their life. So again, as I was dating her, some people were just like, that's so weird that you're with somebody because you're a single dad. And you've been single dad for so long, you're dating somebody that has kids and she's not with her kids. I said, but she's just not ready, man. She just trying to, even her kid was super young, guys. I think her child was like 2 years old, guys, when she, maybe like a toddler, maybe even a little younger, I think, when I met her. And she was in her 20s when I met her. I was in my 30s or something like that, I think, or I don't remember, something like that. Yeah, we're about 12 or 13 years apart or something like that. But anyways, she's, her children are grown and they're teenagers now. They're all teenagers. And she said when she got out and she got her life back together, she was thinking about having a kid again. And she's in her 30s. So, me, I'm in my 50s, and it's just something that I already had my kid and raised him. And I just hadn't thought about it at all. You know what I mean? I didn't think about, and it's like, wow, that's a pretty big, and she said, it's not that I feel like I didn't get a chance to raise my little ones. And I want to, not that I want to have them as part of their life. But I was like, whoa, well, that's pretty quick. She said, I know, I'm just saying. She said, it's just a thought in my mind because I want to keep my life in track. I know how, she said, she has a lot of respect for me. And like I said, we talked and she said, she knows how I was, how I wouldn't let her do anything to jeopardize my son. You know what I'm saying? My son always came before, not like that I wouldn't put her first in the relationship, because I always would. I tell my son to kick rocks. You don't sleep with her at night. You don't like the way he treats me. I understand. You can't speak up, son, but I'm still Dad wants to be with her. You can't break us up. You can use your voice. She's not treating me right. I do appreciate that, but don't try to come in between me and her when I appreciate you have a voice. I'm not going to shut you down, but you know what I'm saying? But he came first. It was ever going to jeopardize his health or his, mental well-being. I didn't, just wouldn't let it compromise. And it really made me thought about, wow, because somebody, KJ just brought up foster kids, and I've thought about that before. And I brought that up with her too. And I was like, well, have you ever thought about having a foster kid? I mean, adopting a kid. You said or foster or something like this. You ever thought about adopting a kid? You know, because I've already talked to her about that before in the past. Because I was fixed. She's fixed, and I'm fixed. And I was wondering, how are you going to do that? She's like, well, I've been looking into artificial insemination, down the road, and we had this discussion and whatnot. But it really triggered me, guys. Like, wow, I haven't thought about what that mindset, it is to like when Elijah was really young. I mean, he's an adult now, so I don't have to worry about my actions. Not like I'm doing anything different, really, but how much it just really keeps you kind of centered. When you got a kid, you can't be acting crazy. And, I was a single dad, and I didn't have that lifeline that a lot of people had. I'm saying that it was just my son. If I went in jail or something, that was, that was it. I didn't have anybody to take care, so I had to keep my nose clean. So it just triggered something in my, um, yeah. Huh. Yeah. I just know it was kind of weird. And she just, like I said, it's kind of, I didn't take it. She didn't take it as an offer. I didn't take it as an offer, but we kind of had this kind of a mutual thing like, huh, it's kind of weird. It's like I did. Yeah, are you asking me? Remember, I'm fixed, so I can't donate to your sperm count, for your wee giggle or whatever. But anyways, it was just really intriguing, brothers sisters, to sit there and think about, um, for her, she's got such a big uh, responsibility ahead of her, because once you make a commitment, to me, it's like getting a dog. I'd never get another dog again. I love animals and had, but I don't want another pet again. That's gonna, you know, something that's livestock that I can't eat, or that I don't have it named, or something that I can't, sell off or trade off, if I wanted to. But dogs are like our kids, and so um, I can consider that a commitment, so I was just talking to her. I'm like, wow, you really are super serious about, keeping your, um, keeping yourself straight, because I know how it worked for me. Like I said, I couldn't get in any trouble, and I had to keep my nose clean. And being a parent, boy, that's like, you might as well just say like 20 years of the rest of for the next 20 years, I got to kick ass. I got to grind down now. I can't coast. I can't, I can't do life at half speed. I got to do it full bore, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? So it was kind of an eye opener for me. So I'm hoping that you know, she'll get this, and she'll have I think she's going to be successful. She's really struggled a lot in her life. And a lot of it is, I just feel bad, because I know a lot of it was her losing her kids when she was young, and she didn't have the ability to get them back right away. And she'd struggle with that and fall back and forth. And, with her ex, having kind of he had brain damage, and then her dad and mom, or his dad and mom, were helping her out. She just didn't like have um, any resources. You know what I'm saying? Just kind of got thrown out of her own house, and next thing she knows, she just, thought she'd come back and had issues, and then just never was able to. So I don't know what you think, Sabrina. Like I said, I was saying, nobody's answering me. It's like I'm talking to the wall now. But anyways, I just thought it was rather intriguing for her. I hope that she can find her way. And I told her, I said, I don't think because she's like, I don't want to use this like child to, be but it is. I still young enough in my 30s. I would really like to have another child. And I'm like, that's awesome. That's awesome that you're inspired. And I told her what it says, woe to those who have, in that day would suck with children, because it's a different thing. Like I say, when you have that weight of having a child, it makes you super responsible. You can't, you got to start thinking, man, I got to plant trees that my children are going to be eating apples out of and swinging on, and that kind of attitude. I don't know if that makes sense. If that's the way you think, that's the way I always thought about as a dad. I'm always like, psh, because how I am ever, so future tense that you always got to be really thinking in advance. You can't just, do things kind of, like I said, half cocked. You really got to be, um, I had a good son. Elijah's a good kid. He really was a good kid. I enjoyed being a parent. It was a challenge, but I didn't get no instruction book, and I didn't get any help. Remember, no child support, no nothing, no help from his mom. My family actually got me in a whole bunch of crap trying to do custody with them financially with some bad lawyers and stuff, and it made it more difficult. But I made it through it, and all in all, I would never, because I remember you know, I remember I was like, I didn't want to be in this world. And I was like, well, Father, if you'll bless me with a child, because when I was married, I got tested and they pretty much said, you're not sterile, but you're not going to probably have kids. You're so borderline that you lack the quality, not the quantity. You've got plenty of quantity. It's the quality that you lack. And so I didn't ever thought I would have a child. And so by having Elijah to me is a, it's, it's a big up for me because it's something I never thought I'd have. I never thought I'd be able to have a child. You know what I'm saying? So pretty neat thing to have that responsibility. Think about that. Some people never get to have that. Um, that have that chance to raise a kid. Some people are sterile. Some people just choose it. But boy, I tell you, once you have a kid, it changes you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It does. It brings more meaning. I'm not saying it doesn't. You're not completed because you should be a complete person or you shouldn't even be having kids to begin with, right? And that's what I think she's trying to get herself, what I'm saying, in the right mind before she does. And if she does, boy, I think that because she kind of missed that, guys. You know what I'm saying? I was thinking about it the other day that she really did. When I met her, her child was really young. I've known her I think her youngest is like 13 now or something. They're all teenagers or older, but she was like just a little over a year or something when her ex and her had split up. And so, um, I've been trying to get her to understand too, because her ex, and I'd recently found out too that her ex is actually, he had brain damage that he's having some trouble. He might not, he's not doing so well. He's kind of losing his, and that's why I told her, I said, whoa, you sounds like you might even get your kids back too, and her kids talk to her now. I mean, it's not like she doesn't talk to her kids now, but, you know, um, yeah, she has to be stable before she can move them in. And that's why I've been trying to help her, um, because not mentor her or anything, because she's a grown woman, but she kind of confides in me a little bit, um, and I appreciate that, and we talk a lot about the word, we sup a lot with the word. Yeah, there you go. Careful, that's a good cause there. Careful if they could take the hospital route. So hospitals where dead people and sick people go. Stay away from hospitals if you can. Good. Thank you, Otto. If that's, I'm not sure if that's what it says. My eyes are screwed, but yeah, careful with the snakes up the pole. But anyways, thanks for like I said, I just thought I would mention to it. Like I said, because it was like, I was like, wow, that's such a big responsibility to take on, and I thought it was pretty cool of her to talk to me about it and, kind of confide in me because I think she wants her life stable enough that's where we brought up foster care too. That's what KJ's in here, and that's what brought it up, guys. So it just reminded me of adoption because I told her, why don't you just adopt a kid? You know, that kid ain't going to think any different of you. I don't care which nationality of it is. It's going to love you. Just treat it with love and respect and kindness. Show it to the word, and it's not going to care. It's going to love you no matter what. You know, I'm not saying to beat your kids, but think about it. Kids get beat by their parents bad, and the kids still love their parents. They don't know any different. They don't know they love. They know love. That's what they know. So, um, that's where it got brought up. I didn't mean to get spin off on that whole conversation there, but it was just thank you, KJ. There's people who need people to be there for them. There's so many kids that And I wasn't trying to, because I kind of got her like, are you sure you want to have a kid? You know what I'm saying? Uh, because there's so many kids out there to have. And she said, well, I would like to try, I mean, I want to, I want to have a child of mine. I said, I totally respect that. I said, you're getting older, you're in your 30s, and you have that little thing inside you that I don't know what they call that, some kind of blocker or whatever. And I think it only lasts so long anyways. You got to get taken out or whatever. I don't know what they call that, but, uh, you know, she's young enough. She's in her 30s. Her time clock is that, boy, that time clock at 30s and women, you guys are, you know, well, whatever. I think we all kind of have a similar, but in their 30s, you got to kind of take it, do what you're going to do or get off the pot. The body does not do. You're not Sarah, right? You're not going to be having no kids at 80 or 90 years old, so your time clock starts ticking. And I think it really, as a woman, probably try to be pretty, hopefully you're successful enough, you know what I'm saying? Nice. So yeah, we had a pretty good discussion. Like I say, it was pretty neat. I joked around with her. I'm like, you're not asking me, are you? And she's like, you're fixed, and I was like, it was a funny conversation, just brought up, but it was inspiring to see that, how people, why people want to stay in this world and do, and it's not like I don't want to be here, brothers and sisters. My child is grown now, and look, I'm still now taking care of him, remember, and I'm not, but look at all the stuff that's going on in my life. Most of my difficulties in my life are because of my son and what happened to him, what they were trying to do to him. Now, some of it was my doing because I'm I'm a constitutionalist and I'm a blogger and I'm active always. And I don't, I'm sure that has a lot to do with it, but, yeah, but, anyways, man, I can't imagine, like I said, would be like to have a kid. Boy, that would be yes, I don't know if I'm ever ready for another relationship or anything like that. It kind of made me, you know, kind of made me think, man, because I started kind of thinking, man, wow, that'd be kind of neat. And then my brain wanted like, oh my gosh, imagine having to be responsible for a kid again for the next 18 years. Because boy, that puts you, buckle up your seatbelt. Now you got a wrong ride ahead of you, So, anyways, I hope that if you guys ever have, a child or something, please consider adoption. There's so many beautiful children out there that need a home. And if you have the ability, and that's the original conversation, I'll get back to what I was saying with KJ. I just think it's, think about right now, brothers, sisters, there's homeless people that are living on the streets of America, and they're kidnapping these people and putting them in, separating these children from their parents too, because of homeless children. So I'm sure there'll be more children that go into the adoption. They're only going to have, they do these things. I heard that, I was watching that before I came in here, this AM here, and was watching that one speaker. I can't remember what her name is off the top of my head, but she was saying if you're homeless, they want you to go to this. You either have to admit yourself, or they'll put you in jail. What happens to all these people on the streets that have kids? And there's only so many places. So it says what you have to do is check yourself into a homeless shelter, and that's what she said. Check yourself into a homeless shelter, to put yourself into a shelter, or and get drug addiction or mental health care. So everybody's got to get mental health care or drug addiction. So people can't live on the streets and be not mentally stable. Too, guys, see what I'm saying? And there's only so many. If our system is already overrun with homeless people, there's people who get turned away from shelters every day. How the hell are they going to put all these people in shelters, brothers, sisters? What do they know? What are they doing here? Because that's another thing I want you to think about when I think about things like this. I think about all these children that are just abandoned. Think about all these kids that get stripped away from their moms and dads because of this ISIS nonsense that they're doing. Okay, if the parents committed murder or rape or armed robbery, sure. But if not, you're going to separate parents from their kids. Yeah, this is happening, guys. So I had the thought of it the other day. I'm thinking, man, I bet you there's so many kids that are going to be put into the system right now and get separated from their parents. And it's not going to be, this is not a good time, you know. Um, Man, there's so many kids out there that could use a parent, that don't have anybody to love them. Their parents were stripped away from them, gone, never see their parents again. Kids are caught in this adoption system, and I think this is going to create a tremendous amount of more separation of the children and more burden to a system that's already heavily burdened. And like I said, with this, not, how all these people are going to, there's, like I said, there are a lot of children in the system. If they're not in foster care, they go into the system at that point, and those are the ones end up normally. Your children have a better chance of being abused while being in the system than outside the system. By statistics, the system gets more children you know, um, abused, or missing or killed in their care than when they're not. I mean, that's how bad the system of human health and services and all those, they're just they're an abomination. So I just think about a lot of the times, the future generations of all these kids out there and that are displaced, and you know, it's tough, man. And then, like I said, it's kind of inspiring when I hear, somebody like my ex talking about wanting to have a kid again, because there's hope out there, you know. And I'm saying I got fixed 25 years ago, guys. You know, I thought the world was crazy, didn't want to bring no more kids into this world, and thought the world was done 25 years ago. Oh yeah, I was blocked. I did enough to get fixed. I wasn't even supposed to have kids, remember, to begin with, pretty much. Then I only had one, and I still went ahead and said, you know what, I'm not going to chance that. I just don't want to. This world is going way too hard, way too fast, and just doesn't seem like the world's going to be a good place for the children in the future. And that doesn't work out very good, brothers and sisters, because if you actually look, the rate of repopulation, a woman has to have what, two and a 0.2 or something, or whatever. You have to have more than the two of you to continue, the growth, and we're not, and we're regressing, and that's what times too. I thought, man, I should have never got fixed. There's times too, guys, that I thought, man, maybe my life is such a wreck because I got fixed. Maybe I was supposed to have some other kid or something, and I messed up the timeline, like in Back to the Future or whatever, because I should be getting fixed. Who am I to, let God's will be done, right? So it's just, I have before. There's times in life I was like, man, I don't know if that was a mistake or not, because you're kind of taking and being a god at that point, So, yeah, it's just it was a crazy conversation. Thanks for sharing it with me. It's like, wow, what a time. These children are in a already hard environment. I can't even imagine what the world's going to be like 18 years from now. If you had a child today, holy shit. 18 years from now, man, stuff's moving at breakneck speed, even what I could never even fathom. You know what I'm saying? Never even fathom, So my heart hurts a lot. I know there's so many children that they don't get talked about. There's a lot of these aliens that get talked about, the people and the adults, but we don't really hear about all these children, you know what I'm saying, that get misplaced off of these ICE raids. Hispanic people, they tend to have more children than, so we're going backwards with our sisters, like I said, it's like I was telling her I actually said that to her, or actually I talked to her, I said, well, then maybe that's why my life sucks so much, because should have never gotten fixed, and maybe I'd have some other child and it would throw the timeline off. I threw my whole timeline off, you know what I'm saying? It's like, something's not right here, something's not right, and I'm trying to think of what else I could have corrected or what I did. And there's things that I know in the past that have been, I'm like, what did you do that you could have not done? And I really thought back, and there was one time I thought, man, you got fixed, man. You're playing God. Who are you to play God? So what? You weren't, you were really weren't supposed to have Elijah. So what are you all worried about? Why are you to sit there but I was pretty adamant, you know what I'm saying? I was pretty adamant about, like, I think the world's out of control. I don't want to bring kids in the world. And why not just adopt? I went right back to what I was originally saying here is, why not just adopt a kid? Why not just adopt a kid? You know what I'm saying? Uh, so, Kamala Allah Akbar. Kamala Allah Akbar. Donald Trump's behind, buddy. Another one of them Adam's apples. So, or, yeah, whatever. So, the purple people eater. So, but see what I'm saying, guys? What's this world going to be like? Who's going to be the president in 18 years? Is it still going to be Donald Trump? No. But whoa, 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 guys, that's incredible. You know, so I can't imagine what it'd be like having another kid, man. That's a lot of responsibility right now in this crazy world to think about how am I going to prepare this kid's life for what they're going to be like when they're 18 years old. You know, the world is going so hard, so fast right now. It's just unfathomable. You know, I can't even imagine what it's going to be like in 2028, 2027. 2026 is almost here, guys. Holy crap. Those pagans were just out there banging their pots and pans saying happy Hanukkah or New Year or whatever. Yeah, bang, 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 New Year in the middle of the winter. And here we are, September's days away. Whoa. Right? Seventh month, scepter. The scepter shall not depart from Judah. The king, the seventh, the leader, the ox, the aleph. So, are your loins girded in the service? See what I'm saying? It'd be tough, huh? Be tough to think about what it'd be like to have a kid and have to look after right now. And, you know, it's just, can't imagine what a thing of diapers costs if you did cloth or some of the, whatever the other ones, you know, I wouldn't recommend formula, but I can't imagine what a thing of formula costs. Don't give your kids that crap. You know, actually, I was actually talking to her about, we were talking about that too. Because I was asking her if she had a kid. I said, well, would you breastfeed? She said she struggled a little bit to breastfeed, but she said she could pump. She just had some issue with and she brought up something else. She said, you know, if I ever struggled, you could buy breast milk, Tracy. I said, wow, you know, and that, not like that, you know, to me, I was like, you know, some women might be a little prideful, you know what I'm saying? And I was like, you know, she's like, even goat's milk if you had to. And I was like, damn, girl, you've been listening. I was telling, you know, so yeah, there's women who freeze dry their breast milk, you know, and have an abundance. They get too much, you know what I'm saying? Too much. And they need a relief. And so they take the extras and save them. And that's pretty awesome that it's offered out now to people. You can buy breast milk from a woman, you know what I'm saying? And I think it's pretty yeah, it's disgusting. The formulas just, oh, I want to talk about it. Imagine this too, you guys. They cut the formula off. You guys remember that? I did videos of that on TikTok. Imagine if you couldn't breastfeed. Like, I don't want to give up all her body parts, but she said she had a problem with breastfeeding, that she could pump milk, but because of something with her, you know, her nipple with being an inversion of her, I don't know what that exactly. I think I remember seeing that before, but wouldn't want to sit there and say, okay, this is what happens, but she can still breastfeed. But you know, or she can't breastfeed, but she can pump her milk. So the children still get the breast milk, but she can't actually, you know, hold them and breastfeed them. And that's got to suck for a mom too, right? Not to be able to breastfeed. So imagine if you couldn't breastfeed and they already did this. Remember, they shut the freaking breast milk off. What was it, about 2 years ago? I did like 3 videos on it, guys. Imagine being a mother and you have an infant child. And think that that breast milk is any good or that that formula is any good, but that's all there is available to you, and there's none available. And this is your child, how that would panic you as a mother, not being able to get access to some breast milk for your infant. I can't even imagine what that would be like. I did videos on it. It hurt. I said, this is disgusting, guys. And it was controlled. It was another one of these, you know what I'm saying? Um, Controlled supply chain shortages, things that they created. It was a creation. So I can't imagine having a child, being a mother. I was mother and father. You know, I did my son's mom didn't want to breastfeed him, so she didn't really want to take care of him from the beginning. So I was pretty much, not that she was an absent parent, but she didn't take care of him very much. So um, I just can't imagine what it would be like to be a mom, fearing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there you go, Sabrina. You know, and that's awesome because guess what? Even a few months is a few days, Sabrina. A few days is better than no days. Remember that first colostrum that comes in? That's really important. So a few months is awesome. That's awesome. And I imagine it hurt because that, you know, that you want to do that as long as you possibly can and would never want something like that happen. I can imagine how much that would drive you to, especially if you're still pretty emotional of not being a few months after, you know, you're barely healing from the whole, you know, agenda. And, you know, so, nice. So I just, you know, I can't imagine, guys, you know. So anybody who gets to breastfeed their children, even if it's just a few days, that's such a blessing. Try to always remember that because not all women can. It doesn't always work. It just there's many different complications. Everybody is, oh, it's just no, it's not like that. You know, not for some of them. There is a lot of different complications that a woman can have where she's unable to breastfeed. So thanks for sharing that with us, Sabrina. And I can't imagine that you must have felt just, you know, your heart was in pieces. You know, you wanted to probably do that for another 3 months, 6 months, you know, or, you know, as long as you could, right? I imagine, you know, not child's over there whipping your shirt up, asking for it off the tap kind. I've seen that kind of stuff, you know, but as long as you can, you know, so, but do try to remember your, you know, like that, anybody, if that ever happened and any breastfeeding you can give your children is any breast milk they get. To me, I think it's, I don't want to say that, but I think, you know, if you breastfeed your child, they're pretty much immunized for life, you know. What's you know, I don't want to say, I'm not giving any medical advice. I don't want to get no stupid medical strike, but that's how I feel. Like if you've been fed breast milk, you've been that's what we need. That's your body naturally been now. Uh, you naturally have an autoimmunity. You know, I've never been to the hospital for anything. I got my tonsils taken out when I was real young, but my son's never been in the hospital doctor for anything. You know, and I made sure she I think it was like 2 days, and I made her for as long as she could. Only 2 weeks. Sabrina, my Elijah was only breastfed for 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying? Um, that's why I only fed my son for a month and then stop. Yeah, I only got 2 weeks. So 2 weeks, you know, is all my son got breastfed, and she just wouldn't do it anymore. Same thing. What you said, connection. Not even 2 weeks. That's it. And then she just refused. She wouldn't pump after that. And I mean, I was like, oh my gosh, I was so freaking. I didn't do anything to her though. I didn't say anything to her. I just, you know, you don't. She just had a child, and you know. But boy, I'll tell you what, it hurt my heart to pieces knowing that she just wasn't even willing to try. You know, um, so. But yeah, we see it in your name. Groper's a pedophile. You're a sick, twisted pedophile, pedo. So, anyways, wow, what an experience that we get to go through when we have kids. You know, how much that brings into our life, all the different complications, blessings, burdens, you know. all the things that it, responsibility, and how you just can't act a fool. Gotta be responsible and don't get yourself in any trouble, especially if you have a small circle, because not too many people want to take care of your kids, you know. So, um, but yeah, like I said, I was wondering, that, like I said, I was, man, if I'd never gotten fixed, I wonder if I'd ever had another kid. You know, I don't know. You know, I don't think so, because I haven't really dated that much since since I've split up with her. And that was a long time ago. So my son's 20, that's 26, 25 years ago. So I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there's so many different stages. It's fun. That's what I'm saying. I enjoyed having kids. If I had one, I would deal with it. I wouldn't, just take it on. It'd be a blessing, not, or being up. It'd be up. But I can't have kids. I'm fixed. But yeah, what a changer that is, a game changer for somebody to have a child in their life and have to make sure they do what they're supposed to do. And so I'm really happy for her, because I think, like I said, it tells me that my ex is really, trying to get her head, where it needs to be, and is trying to get her, super as stable as she can. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And that's awesome that she's inspired enough by life to want to have another kid. That's inspiring. You know what I'm saying? And there's people who do that. I'm just saying this is a personal experience, guys. I don't have any friends. Okay, I don't have friends, so I don't have any friends. So I talk with my ex, and she's my friend. We're friends. We didn't. I broke up with her like 4 or 5 times, guys. Seriously, and never was it like a bad. I mean, it might be crazy or whatever because she's nuts, but it wasn't like no fighting each other. There was like multiple times that I drove her a considerable amount of distance, even when I was dating her and I lived in a different state. I drive her back to the state she's from, So there was no fighting and screaming what I'm saying, no blows like that. We didn't have that kind of. I don't do physical and violence like that in a relationship. I don't do screaming and arguing and things like that. I mean, you can get in an argument, you can raise your voice, but I don't do screaming and downing each other. I don't, if you're acting like a bitch, I'll call you a bitch. If I'm acting like a cocksucker or an asshole, I expect to be called like that. But I don't attack somebody because, oh, your mom's this about you or that, personal, make it a personal attack, on somebody. So I use blanket. When I meet somebody, I let them know, hey, you get called a name, it's because you were probably acting like that. And if you weren't acting like that, you can get called that. So I expect the same thing. If I start acting like a dick or an asshole or get ahead of you, need to set me straight. A word's not going to hurt my feelings, but don't attack my person. Um, I've had a couple people do that to me. Attack me is that because I love the word. You know what I'm saying? I love the word, and so you know use that against me because I love the word so much. So, uh, so, huh, yeah. Like I said, I was. It's good to see her on the right track, and because she's been on a different track for a lot of years. So, but you know, she's almost 40 years old now, so she's not a child, and that's what she's really, I guess, what she's going through. She's like, man, if I just could have worked that out with you, I would have my kids right now and the stability that you're always trying to get for me. And, and I just blew it. I just threw it all away, and I said, don't even talk like that. Don't worry about it. You were younger, you know, and she's like, I just, look at where you're at. You have all those, not that you have, but, if I was with you, I know, you know, how you are. I know how you work. And, she said, look, I got nothing to show, I'm rent and do, what I'm saying? I don't just have a regular job, I pay so much for my child support. She can't even, she pays a lot of child support. So she has 3 kids. So um, she just can barely getting by, robbing Peter to pay Paul. I told her, don't worry about it. You don't need all that. That's why I think she's been trying to maybe relocate, and she's been thinking a lot about trying to leave the city and leave where she's at and get away from and get out to the country. I think she's just tired of the whole, going to try to, become independent, off-grid type of, lifestyle. I think that's what she's looking for, something to go more towards that, or more self-sufficient, instead of putting herself down a road where she knows she's just going to have to barely get by with to pay bills and pay rent and pay, all the bills that come along with it in a city. Yeah, she wants that too. She knows that, and she does talk to her children, but she's not ready to. Oh, or is that fly? Hold on. Where's that fly? Where'd it go? Just saw it. Got it. Yeah, I'm a hermit. Yep, that's who wants to be a hermit, just like me. There you go. Yep, I want to be self-sufficient, so I don't have to worry about dealing with funky neighbors. Don't have to have neighbors. I don't have any neighbors. Could walk around naked on my property. Nobody's going to see me. I won't do that, but I'm just saying, that's the life, baby. Can you walk around buck naked on your property without getting called for lewd and cruel and walk, So. No, you could fart and your neighbor smells it. Oh, man, I can't imagine that. Well. You still an idiot there, ADF? Why are you being an idiot? Nobody's mad, dumbass. Nobody's pissed, right? You'd rather be pissed off than pissed on. I think you've been pissed on. What are you pissed off about? Why are you so pissed off, man? Why are you coming here being all so mad, throwing your anger around everybody? You got a missing son, a dead son, a missing daughter that could be been raped, reported to the police. You own no guns. No, I don't own any guns. I'm mad at you because you're W-2. I'm not mad. I think you're a fucking idiot if you have a W-2. You're a piece of shit that fucking kills people and don't have a fucking care in the world about it. Why the fuck would you go to a job that pays fucking to kill people in other countries, and while your starving citizens in this country get taken off the streets? So nobody's mad. No, I don't have a W-2. I'm off the grid. Remember, 10 fucking years. I'm not going to pay the system anything unnecessary. I know you'd have to pay taxes. I pay tax on this phone. I have car insurances. We all have to pay taxes. You have to pay taxes. I understand. But you pay unnecessary taxes. You ain't even trying to get out of the system. I'm sure of it. So that's what I'm talking about. No, I don't eat pasta. Quit eating pasta and bread. So, nope, no ravioli. Nope, not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent. No. No. I don't want to eat no more bread. I don't want it if I, if I grew it myself or something, but I'm tired of eating the food I want out of America. I've only been trying to just eat red meat and fresh eggs and drink juice and drink water, and I quit drinking coffee. I don't drink soda. I don't eat pork. I don't eat seafood. I don't eat chicken if I don't have to, but not from the store bought. And So my diet's limited. So um, I got to get out of this country. I could have a better diet. Everything in this country's poison. So including, the government. Most of the people are very poisonous. They're like vampires. And so I don't hate everybody in this country. I don't hate anybody. I hate the sin, and I hate the country, though. Oh, I hate America so much. It's just disgusting what goes on in this country. And I don't have to like it. And I'll leave when I can. Okay? As soon as I can, I will leave. To get all you people that don't want me here, I will leave. I'll still defend your right, but I can't go yet. So, yeah, no, let's not. And Mark, what's up with this now? Um, Supposedly they're going to go after George Soros. Yeah, right. Did you see that? Recent where you look and seeing and you've seen that in the in these feeds and stuff that they're going after George Soros. No, they're not. You know, I heard something in the news. Oh, they're going to go after George Soros. No, they're not. He's a bankster. They're not going to do that's. That's like saying they're going to go after Warren Buffett or going to. No, they're not. Nobody goes to jail. Look at all those God, the Doge. You know what I'm saying? Uh, uh, all that. You know what I'm saying? The God, all that. Nobody went to jail, right? Nobody went to jail. Look at all that money that was found. All that money got taken. All those Social Security, all these people on Social Security. Did anybody go to jail over the Doge thing? Do you see anybody go to jail? The Department of Government official? No, they don't go to jail. Yeah, there's no such thing as a globe, but we'll use that term. He's a globalist. Sure. Who do you think funds Antifa and BLM? You know what I'm saying? Both sides of the coin. He's two wings of the same dragon. We know that. Anybody that's followed the money. Remember, when you donated to BLM, it went right to the DNC, straight to their website. Donate to BLM, straight to the DNC. So, exactly. It's just so crazy, guys. And he's one of the big kingpins. You know what I'm saying? I was working outside. It's pretty hot. I was doing the insulation on the ceiling out there and took a break. And I've been taking a long break, apparently. I'm supposed to go back out there. It's so smoky, man. Whew, smoky again. So it is. It's even worse than yesterday. So it's tasted again in the air, smoke again. We got lots of fires going around us again. So, but I was trying to get some more done out there. I'm gonna have to get into that building. If I have to stay here, I can't stay in this cabin. I don't have any firewood, so I'm not going to be able to keep myself warm in this building. And the windows are all still shot out of it, so I'm gonna have to move over there. So I had to. Yeah, absolutely. He is. He's a thug. And I think that Donald Trump and him have been to the island. He's an island boy, too. So remember, George Soros is an island boy. He's an island boy. Never forget, he might be an old man, but they like touching, too. So Trump's old. Remember, grab her by the pussy. So never forget that. He's an island boy. I'm pretty sure that, look at where they're funded by. EpiPen Island, he's all part of that, too. Remember? Yeah, he is. Yes, he is. He's rooted in that shit too. So can't stand this. These people, these elitists get away with this. Just nobody goes to jail. Donald Trump, 34 felonies, but he can control the United States Uniform Code of Military Justice and lead all the military. So what a crazy world we live in. Like I said, I stood up for the Constitution. They took all my rights away from me. You know what I'm saying? I only have one right left as an American, and that's my First Amendment right at this point in time. I've been violated every other right I have. Don't have the rights that you have. That's crazy to think, but I don't. You guys do. I don't. Remember, I don't have rights like you guys. They stripped my rights away from me. So, oh well, violated all my others. If they didn't strip what was they could take away from me, they violated the rest of them. So, is that what's going on up there? You guys too much? See, I had told everybody, I was like, see what happens? I remember the first time in Oregon, guys, I was driving down the road, right? And after they made cannabis legal and there was a fire, I was like, see what happens when you make cannabis legal? So I did. I did. People are like, dude, that's stupid, Tracy. You're so silly. It's like, see? It was thick smoke like outside right now too, right? I remember it was over in Eastern Oregon, I think at the time, and they made it legal, whatever, for recreational. I was like, see, there you go, guys. Told you, man. It's crazy. Look at this. It's everywhere. So, like, everywhere you want to be. So, but will I leave the country? You think I'll be able to get out of here? Think I'll ever be able to get out of here? Stand up for the right of the people and end up, in jail. There's one over by Culver, probably a couple hours away from me, couple hours away. But I gotta get that fly. Ecuador is where I'm trying to head. Trying to go to Ecuador for now. I'm even having some second thoughts about South America, though, at this point, really. It's getting so bad. Seriously. I'm not kidding. I mean, I have been planning on Ecuador for years. But I don't know, man. South America is getting really bad really quick. It's going to get bad in South America. It's going to be worse in North America. So it's already worse in North America. Don't tell me it's not. They're not just kidnapping people down there for being poor or because you got a mental disability. They're just going to take you off the street to clean up the act that they created. They brought all these people in here. They create all this freaking, famine and pestilence and all this, austerity and yeah, they do. They create this poverty. We have 1,000 military bases in 180 countries, and we have hungry people in our, people are literally one paycheck away from the streets right now. Half the country probably, is one paycheck away from being homeless. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? That's where I've been thinking a little bit, yeah, I know. And it's a constitutional republic, Mark. You know what I'm saying? It's a constitutional republic. So, and it's the only place in South America where they use the US dollar so you don't get burnt on the exchange rate down there. I've been looking for a lot of years, guys. I'm not the kind of person to just do something like I can, on the fly real quick. I can think without, thinking. I can react without thinking, but I normally, when I make something like that, I do a lot of homework. So, not a lot of homework on Ecuador. I think it's the right place, but well, yeah, you can't connection. Remember, it's the cheapest place for cannabis. It's the cheapest place. Connection. Look this up. Maybe I'll meet you there. Remember, you get out of your crap, I get out of your crap. I'll get out of my crap. We'll meet at the equator because it's the cheapest cannabis in the world. Ecuador has the best rate on cannabis in the whole world. So remember, the average cost of living is $500 a month. What I just spent on that attorney, I could have lived for 15 years down there, guys. I could have just disappeared, got on a plane, booked some private plane, flew over the border, and went down there and just disappeared. I blended in down there. I don't have no problems blending in. I get darker than shit. I get darker than some Hispanic people. Like, man, you are freaking dark, dude. I'm not all, I have an olive complexion. Obviously, some people mistake me for Hispanic. My dad, people always ask me if my dad was Hispanic. All right, I'll put the phone down. I can't pick up the phone. If I pick up the phone, it does, remember? So, but anyways, that's where my jawline comes from. Everybody, all these comments, but you can see where I don't. Yeah, I live in Oklahoma. I lived in Oklahoma. Yeah, I've been to all 50 states, but I haven't lived in all of them. But I've definitely been to all of them. Traveled through all of them. Been, stopped lived in Oklahoma though. Been there. That was what my first duty station in the military was. Oklahoma. But as soon as I can, I'm gonna leave. You know, it's not safe here. So I'm open now. I'm really open because of how much is, in South America. It's getting really, really. You know what? Actually, I'm going to go by what the Deagle map say, and Venezuela's going to kick our fucking ass. Okay, something's going to happen, and they're going to stomp the piss out of us. That's what's going to happen, and I'm just going to use the Deagle map. So I'll probably go down there either way. Then, well, Ecuador doesn't lose hardly anybody. If you look at the Deagle map, I'm not basing everything off that, but it's starting to have a lot of validity. It's starting to match, so we'll see here real soon, won't we? Because 2025 is almost over. So they only got a few months to start whacking people, to get to their numbers. And they're kind of on route, it looks like, with what they've done in the last 4 or 5 years, that they're going to reach those numbers. So, yeah, the link in the address. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Good stuff, Mark. Yep, that's what we gotta. Um, that's what we got to look at. That's what we got to look at. Who support. There's a proxy. Good eye, Mark. Good eye. There's a proxy war. Remember who's supporting who? Who's going to be? They're doing it right now. They're stacking this up for this final battle here that they're doing here. This Venezuela thing is the. This is it. This is it. This is the one. This will throw the whole thing. Once they do this, I guarantee you, Taiwan, Japan, or China will go right in and take over Taiwan. We won't have enough manpower. We won't. If we spread ourselves down to Venezuela, we will not have enough power to defend Taiwan. And if we lose Taiwan, that's it. That's it. There's India, Pakistan. It all goes up in flames, guys. It all goes up in flames after that. And it already is. The freaking world is on fire right now. Look how many nations are involved in Ukraine. Iran, Israel. Israel just took out Yemen's leader and the whole damn cabinet, guys. That is a massive move. That is a mass. Did you guys see that? Israel bombed the living piss out of the Yemen, their leader. I think, is it a prime minister down there? Or I can't remember what it was in Yemen, but and the whole cabinet. It's getting nutty. We've got all those people. I've actually seen videos, and I don't know if it's AI because it's so stinking hard to tell now. Our U.S. troops moving in, uh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. We've known that, you know what I'm saying? So, so we know what's going on, guys. When that's done, it's over because then China takes over this tech. And that's when we're going to get our robot attack. Because never forget, guys, why is everybody forgetting that Boston Dynamics has warehouses full of robots? DARPA has warehouses full of robots. Elon Musk has warehouses full of robots. I mean, a grip load of them, like those movies and shit that you see. Yes, they do. Shipping containers full of them. China's got them. Everybody's got these, guys. Everybody's got these, and they need all this tech with these conductors to make all this tech work, guys. And this is it. The dragon's going to take over. The dragon will be there to consume the child. Let's give its power, and its authority to the dragon, to the beast. That will be the last of this corporation. There will be no more. It'll become a digital blockchain communism. You heard it here first. I've never heard anybody say it. I've said it here probably several dozen times. Digital blockchain communism, where everything's digitally tracked and traced down to you smoke cigarettes, you don't get health care. They know everything you do. You know what I'm saying? Everything you do will be just, they did it in China. Sesame Credit, they started it out as a phone app, was a little fucking game, and then they turned it into a lifestyle. Now you don't have the right credit score, you don't ride the bus, you don't go get a haircut, nope, you can't travel, you can't, then you got to live this underground and hope your friends will take care of you. So this is happening, brothers, sisters. This is already doing it. They're already metadataing everybody. They got you jerking off on Pornhub or twiddling your whatever you got down there, ladies. They've got plenty of dirt on you. Don't think they ain't got you with all your best moments and worst moments, okay? They got lots of dirt on all of us. All of us, none of us can through their metadata, and the system knows exactly what it is that they want to come after you for so they can control you. That's how they're going to do this. Elon Musk just came out and said they're going to pay everybody, brothers, sisters. This is how it's going to work. I heard Musk say it. Now I'm not taking everything on Musk, but he's kind of their Iron Man. You know, the iron will not cleave with the watery clay. There, Mr. Stinky Muskrat. But I'm watching what he's doing too, because he's another one of these, elitists that gets to pull the strings. And that's what he does with his boring company and his Starlink. He's got both sides covered. As is above, so is below. Don't fool yourself. So he has a lot to do with what's going to happen. He has a lot of influence too, like Soros and like Buffett and like Trump and Gates and the Clintons and the Rockefellers and the Rothschild, all of them. All these people, brothers, sisters, are doing this. And everybody just want to sit around. No. Yes, they are. They're already transitioning. The whole system is being shifted right in front of your face. It's being removed and rebuilt. This is the apocalypse. That's why we're in this stage. Remember? Should make 100% sense when you watch this channel and I tell you this is the apocalypse. This is exactly the pulling off of the cover, and we're revealing all these other, they're not hiding in the woods anymore in California and Bohemia Grove burning statues. They're hanging out in Davos, Switzerland with snipers on the roofs. Like, come on, Mulan Lobby, bitch, come in here and take us. They're not hiding it anymore. None of this is being hidden. The curtain has been pulled off. The veil has been lifted. So we're not in this age anymore. And that's the time we got to be very aware of. That they know what they're doing. I remember my dad told me since I was very young, you might not like the government, Tracy, but they know what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? So they're leading this. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? He did. Look how much of a big influence he had over there in Ukraine in the beginning of this war with the Starlink satellite system. And he is going to be a big final show with his Starlink satellite. Reagan called it Star Wars. It's the same system, so they can do their Project Blue Book, Operation Paperclip, Operation Nanook, all these operations come together for their final. Yeah, they're doing it exactly by the scripture, so they know what they're doing. So at this point in time, an interment of the saints. This is what you see. Interment of the saints. This is where they're interning and camping just like they did during World War II. I already brought this to this ministry's channel. If you have been here before, it's your first time coming here, I've been telling this channel for probably almost 2 years about, and I have sent for 10 years ago, 11 years now, Executive Order, 11004 allows them to relocate whole communities and put them into work camps, make American people work for the government. They're going to do that too. That's part of this thing. You don't realize what they're about ready to do. It has everything to do with Trump taking over D.C. too, just so you know. Federalizing everything he's doing is a master plan to take the system completely over and be able to control every aspect of your life. You will not move without having the system attached to it, or you're going to be feral. You'll be feral on the outside, and they'll tell you that you need tattooed and stuck and labeled and neutered and be thrown back in the city or in the cage. You know what I'm saying? Back in the cage. They want to treat you like you're some wild animal. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's all part of this. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's all part of what is to come. This is what the Trump technology, John Trump was telling that they could build a death ray, like a ray of sun, over the city that no military could penetrate. He's going to use these smart cities using these. You've got them in these. See that fire truck pull up and they can't get on either side of the wall? Yep, you ain't leaving, brothers and sisters. You better be where you want to be here pretty soon. I've already said we're going full lockdown again. We're going full lockdown again. Full lockdown again. Full lockdown. They just put military on 19 streets. Don't tell me they're not going to do this. They are already doing it, okay? Full lockdown in this country. Be ready. You better have all the What the hell? What? I don't know. Remember, no knowledge. What the hell? What do you want? I love you. Use lunar rays. We got albino vegetables growing out here. No photosynthesis going. Easy. I wonder what the day arrives. Mark, we already know what it's going to be. It's going to be a fake alien invasion where they release their technology and bring in their new monetary system. It's not going to be the end of the world, man. You know what I'm saying? Mark, it's not. Just like COVID, we're going to go through it. It's going to affect everybody, whether you like it or not, whether you think it's real or not. It's not going to matter. It's really going to be happening. And it's going to happen real quick. It's going to start with some kind of celestial event. I think it says 3-ball comet. I think you're going to get the disease X. It's a disease from space. There's a disease from space. And there's a good faction of aliens and a bad faction of aliens. And they're here to cure all the diseases and here to save us. Yes, and they're here to fix everything. So this is Project, Blue Book, you know. You just got to get away from it, man. You can't turn goats into sheep. Find a good place away from the people right now, low population density, start growing some food, have some extras, and just ride the storm out, you know. Try to help people that want to help themselves. Don't try to train. Somebody's on the fence right now. That's too late. We already all went through the COVID. We know the government's not just going after Jews, World War II. They're just whacking everybody under this covenant because it has to be all flesh. Can't just be Israel. Has to be all flesh. That's why everybody stood on the X. Everybody went inside. Everybody flattened the curve. There was not a nation that didn't perform their masquerade ritual. Their satanic occult face diaper, you know, baby diaper, face diaper ritual that they did. Everybody acted like a child. A lot of people did. Pretty childish during the COVID, if you ask me. Push your buggy down this way and you won't get the COVID. Stand on the X. What if you don't? Are you legendary because you stand on the X? Or are you legendary if you don't stand on the X? You know, these people just did whatever they were told. It's about a top-down control. They're getting ready to lock down this whole country because they're going to have terrorist attacks from cartel that they let in here. They shipped MS-13 in here. They shipped Transdawa into this country. Good stuff. Good stuff, Mark. Good stuff. Oklahoma's not bad, man. I mean, it's not where I want to be, but it's not a bad spot. I have looked up a lot of different locations, and so good stuff. But that's the best thing you do is don't fight people in this future thing here. Just figure out a way not. He said, be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. So have a mobility plan. You know, I think they're going to try to pick the low-hanging fruit. You know what I'm saying? You're sad? What are you sad about there, Darth Slayer? You got a name Darth. You're pretty sad. Do you think that God, don't moderate Darth. Do you think that God's in the sky, Darth? Do you think God's in the sky like Darth Maul or Darth Luke? I am. Is that your Darth Vader? I am your father. So what's your Darth about? And why are you so sad? Why is so many people sad? Because we're trying to get ready for what's coming. What do you just want to sit there and take advantage? Oh, you don't have to believe in God. There's no such thing as God. God is a title. You're an idiot. Okay, get him out of here. Vessel of wrath, fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. Silly. Why the hell would somebody come into a ministry and say if you don't believe, you can't even believe in God. You're a fucking idiot. Believe is a verb. It's not a noun. Faith is a noun. You can't believe in God. Go away. This is what you should prepare for, brothers and sisters, too, Mark. That's what you should prepare. I know the government's going to do what they're going to do. I think a lot of them tuck tail and eat themselves, and like they always do. And kind of like they did a lot during the COVID. But you know what I'm saying? I would prepare for unprepared people, or people just like that idiot that don't have nothing, because they're going to come try to steal everything if you have anything, and that's probably why you're at where you're at. It's not like you're trying to, oh, what the hell is going on? Huh. I don't know how that pulled up. So, like I said, if somebody's on the fence right now, Rose says, don't even try to help them. I mean, seriously, help people that want to help themselves. I'm not saying not show them to the narrow way, but I'm talking about, charity is with the word. You don't have to give anybody anything other than the word. You don't have to give anybody anything but the word. If you choose to be charitable in another direction, that's fine. When Father says agape, love is patient, love is kind, it does not boast, it is meek, and it is charitable, that is with the word. Not with your time, not with your food, not with your extras. If you have abundance and you can afford to feed a foolish virgin, that's one thing. He said, be charitable with the word. And then if they don't want to hear it and they're an ass, get away from them. This isn't the time to try to help people that don't want to help themselves. You're not going to turn a goat into a sheep. It's not even possible. It's not. If somebody's a goat, leave them alone. Can't turn sheep into goats. Can't turn goats into sheep. That was already chosen from the foundation of the world. So don't try to help people that are an ass and they act like an ass. Leave them alone. You'll know them by their fruit. It's not that very hard. You know what I'm saying? It's not hard. It's pretty simple to see at this point in time. You know what I'm saying? So just best thing you can do is not fight with anybody. Have a plan to exit wherever you're at so that you don't have to kill somebody to keep what you have. What you own is dirt. What you own is dirt. Is your dirt worth killing somebody over? Is it that special a dirt? Maybe it's your dirt-shaped wife. I understand that. But dirt-shaped stuff? Come on, man. I think you can buy. You can have a better plan. Maybe you can put some of it into a hole, cash it somewhere, and go walk away from what you have and let them have it. Isn't that what he says? They come to take what you have, give them the rest of what take something from them, give them the rest of what you have. Why would you walk away from it? Is it worth fighting over? I'm not saying you can't defend your stuff, brothers, sisters, but think about what I'm telling you. You should have a better plan than fighting at this point. Okay. If you have to, hopefully that's your last, resort. And you have a way so that you don't have to fight people for toilet paper by having extra toilet paper. See how you do that? Holy crap, dude. Imagine that. Honey, did you hear what he just said? If we have extra toilet paper, we won't have to be down there for the toilet paper 2.0 tobacco. Honey, get the lawn chair. They're doing it again. Aren't you glad we listened to that crazy dude on YouTube? Told us to go down there, buy a couple extra 36 rolls before the captain puts on the fasten seatbelt signs. And you can't move about the cabin freely. Everything you do is checked. You don't think they're going to do supply chains again? They told you couldn't even buy shit the last time. Caution tape stuff off, remember? This is non-essential goods. Uh-huh. Oh, they won't never do that to us again. Oh, they could lock this whole country down tomorrow. And everybody, they'd have those big Lexan screens. People be wearing their mask and X's taped right back down where some of them still have them in some stores. I can't believe that there's still some X's on the ground. They're not everywhere, but every once in a while, like, dude, no way. Pull that shit up, dude. I mean, but they could put you in lockdown tomorrow. They could put you in lockdown tomorrow. Do you understand? They could. You could be in total lockdown tomorrow and nobody would even, and they're going to do it. It's going to come that fast. This next lockdown is going to be like thief in the night. One day you're going to be fine and the next day you're not going to. Already, how do you prove that you're a U.S. citizen? Do you have a birth certificate? What if they don't accept that? They want the original. Oh, no, we have to have a certified copy of the original. Or it's not, or we can't, it doesn't, you ever try to use an original, What if there's an issue with your birth certificate? What if there's an issue with your driver's license? What if there's an issue and they just want to, and they don't believe that you're an American citizen? What if they don't believe that well, we looked at your W-2 tax dollars and you're too poor. You're too poor. We looked at your taxes and we're just sweeping up everybody remember, if you're not a genius, all this, good genes, Donald Trump with his diarrhea, like diarrhea, it runs in the genes, right? What the stuff comes out of his mouth, I'm just saying, hold on. That's what he always talks about. Well, you're not fancy enough. You got blue eyes. You got brown hair. You're bald. All the bald people are going. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying, Gail. What makes you inept? They're taking, first it was immigrants. Now it's too poor. Or you got a mental disorder, some kind of mental disability. You're totally functioning, 100% totally functioning. No issues, but you have some mental disability. A lot of people do. How about a veteran that's got PTSD? That's a mental disability, isn't it? So, okay, everybody with PTSD, now you're going into camp. See, it's just whatever they say. It's not even because they're from the other countries now. They're picking off people in America, and people don't take this very seriously because you're homeless. And as I said, how many people in this chat are one paycheck away from being on the fucking streets? Probably, 3/4 of you. I know it's not easy. I've been there before. I'm so glad that I've had the blessing that I have property and I could have all of you here. I could take every one of you on this property, shut the gate, and we could stay here for 10 years probably and be fine. We would need to go, we'd figure it out. I don't have that much toilet paper, but we'd figure it out. Probably have the other things that I need here. Other than teepee, we could figure it out. So bring some teepee if you come and we'll figure it out. But nobody ever comes. So you stay where you're at and you just get your ass rocked by these rock'em sock'em robots, baby. They're going to give you the rock'em sock'em robots. We're going to do that first, man. They did that. Did you see that? That mother Dana White had the rock'em sock'em robots. He was watching those little robots fight. Did you guys see that? They revealed that, dude. They did that on UFC. That's it, guys. I'm done now, too. When I saw that, hell yeah, I'm going to be so right about this. I'm not going to be wrong. Robots coming. Robots coming. Robots coming. Fake aliens coming. Fake neoprene aliens coming. Oh, my God, they love you. They're real. Guys, I bet you there's literally robots walking around in your community right now that you don't even know. You might even have a friend that's a robot. They're that advanced. Oh, yes, the fuck they are. They drip this shit out into the public's eye, but they could move buildings right now with no combustion engines, with sound, wave, frequency, perpetual motion, anti-gravitics, perpetual polarity. Yes, free energy. Yes, they have all this, and that's how they're going to power all these things. They're going to communicate with the Starlink satellites. Starlink satellites. What do you think these satellites are going to communicate to these boots on the ground? Their armies are going to protect them, brothers, sisters. They know what's coming in this solar minimum. They know they're about ready to lose all the food on this rock. You don't think so? We're 6,000 years into a 90,000 year cycle. We're in the 6th extinction event. We've been in the 6th extinction event since 2020, the start of the COVID. That's why they started the COVID, because they already know what's happening. Remember the 400-year cycle, the 5th turning, 2,000 times 6, right? 12,000 years, 6,000 years ago, he flooded this rock. This time he said he's going to bring the fire. And I'm not saying tomorrow, next week, or next year, or 10 years from now. But they know what they're doing, brothers, sisters, and they know that they're going to run out of food. Look at every fall of every civilization. It's been on the grand solar minimum. And sometimes this solar minimum comes with the excitement of the sun, where it gets, right? It pounds this rock with this solar radiation until one of these volcanoes go off and blots the sun out. It's called a nuclear winter. And they know we're headed towards that. They just fuck with that volcano up there in Alaska off the Aleutian Islands. Russia did it. Yes, they did. There was all that bullshit. Whatever, that earthquake was garbage, dude. That's bullshit. And it still had its effects, but go see Dutch Sense. That they played with that earthquake. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. And I'm pretty sure they're the ones who sent that energy wave to pump Honga Tonga so they can make Revelation 16 and 21 come to pass. Eventually, that whole upper atmosphere of moisture is going to come down on top of you too, brothers, sisters, and they know that. What goes up must come down. I don't know how Father hasn't, dropped it out of the sky yet to our upper atmosphere, but it will come down because it's already starting to ring out. What you're starting to see with all these floods everywhere is just the very tip of what went into our upper atmosphere in 2022 on February 15th, when Honga Tonga launched 14% of the moisture that was never there, now 146 gigarams into our upper atmosphere. So that's why they're building bunkers, because they know we're going to have hailstones the weight of a talent. Voice to skull technology, all this stuff, all this. Guys, they can make Tupac go backwards across the stage, Michael Jackson. They got dragons flying around stadiums now and stuff, guys. This is so far beyond what they're about ready to release to your face. Exactly. Thank you. They're going to do it all. Good stuff, Nathan. And they can react that too. Nathan, this is God. Get in your car. Drive to the Tesla dealership. No. Return your car or whatever. You don't drive it. I know you don't. But it's going to be wild though, brothers, sisters. And it's going to come with a fake alien invasion. Because, guys, put a 1 in the chat if you think aliens are real. Because I'm going to let you know right now, you should probably start defining, think, and use. But think about what I'm saying. How many people in the chat think aliens are real? And then if you think aliens are real, how many people in this world do they think aliens are real? Let's start with aliens. We're going to show you how they're going to do this, guys. This is going to be as easy to do as the COVID. The COVID was not, remember, it's not a living organism. A virus is not alive, and they got everybody to be afraid of a virus that wasn't even alive. So this is going to be even easier to do. How many people, walking down the street right now think God's in the sky, heaven's in the sky, fallen angels come from the sky? You see how easy this is going to be to do? How many people think a computer can learn? A computer can learn. Computers don't learn. A computer is a math problem. You're not very good at math, are you? You never studied physics or quantum computing or any of these things, have you? I know a lot of people get pretty tied up with their time because they do the 9 to 5, but if they think that a computer can learn, then they think a robot is going to kill them, and it's not their fault. The robot did it. The robot did it. So now they've got robots and aliens. Now they're going to put robots and make them into aliens. You put a neoprene polypropylene skin on it, and you can make it. I told you they're already walking around you right now. There are people in the streets that are 100% cyborg. 100%. They are. There's people amongst the population right now. There's no fallen angels. There's no such thing as a fallen angels. That's what I'm saying, Nathan. Remember, there's nothing coming from the sky. Nothing. There's no such thing as space. Space is a play on alien is play on words. There's no space is beyond the ice wall. How about that? Outer space. Hashtag ice wall. Welcome to outer space. Oh, hashtag beyond the ice wall. Oh, I am the horizo, he said. Not the scorpizzo hanging on a tree pole, north and south, Nordic, south abyss. So it should be quite obvious. So if 70% of the populace thinks that aliens come from the sky, so where are they going to bring them from? And never forget, guys, I haven't talked about it in a long time. Get ready for a fake rapture. Put 1 in the chat if you think. Nobody's answering me. That's all right. I don't care. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that you can get raptured, if there's such thing as a rapture. Or tell me how much percentage of religions believe in the word rapture. That's where they come from. It says they come from below, Nathan. The ant people, the Hopi. The Hopi come from below, not from above. They're under the ground, guys. And I'm not saying they can't be in the sky. They can get into our upper atmosphere and get ready things to drop them off like payloads. Imagine if if every one of those satellites drop down, you ever seen what a satellite looks like when it breaks up in our upper atmosphere? It looks like amazing shooting, breaking up constellation star. It's just insane looking. It is beautiful. I mean, it just and all the different colors because they know what colors make certain, you know. And I think it's going to come from this 3-ball comet, guys. They've got their transgender comet. The comet's got 3 balls, so something's wrong with it. It needs to be neuter gendered and be an it, not some, oh, maybe it is. Maybe it's not actually a man or a woman and it has balls. It's an it, right? It's emitting, what do they say now? Nickel. It's emitting nickel, guys. The 3-ball comet Atlas, it's emitting nickel now. Nickel. Remember, guys, what was nickel? Nickel was one of these World War II rituals, wasn't it? So they can go up there and drop these payloads right up there, these satellites. And remember, I told you, satellite, you mean like a meteorite, right? That's old technology you see streaking around up there. You think there's gods in the sky? What do you think a shooting star is? That's a satellite from millions of years ago. Okay, good. Well, get out of here, turtle. You're back here again. You came back again. You don't even have to click on here. See, I remembered you. Not like an elephant, right? Oh, yeah, not like a turtle. Oh, they live both a long time, don't they? So why do you come back here? Why would you even click on the thing? Do you need help? Oh, my gosh. Oh, yeah, what are you going to do for me? Make it rain up in this bitch. Make my Cash App rain right now or get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit troll. All trolls are broke. All trolls are broke. All trolls are broke. All trolls are broke. Make it rain up in here. Make it rain up in here or don't come back here. And I've never asked you for a single thing. Put your money where your mouth is. I don't know what else to ask. They just keep coming back. Why would you come back if you didn't want to be in here and you already know you came in here before? Why would you click back on it? Because you have been programmed. Father made you do it. Father created all things. So you get roasted, We're having turtle meat tacos. You guys ever been to Mexico? You ever been to Argentina? You ever been to, I'm pretty sure in Paraguay they have turtle meat tacos. So maybe not, but I have. I can go to turtle meat tacos in Mexico. I'll tell you what. So hold on, let my dogs back in. So I think it's about to lunchtime. Yeah, program, he is. Why would you? He's been here now. So remember, we had 2 turtles in there. Remember, 2 turtle doves? We did. Remember, we had 2 turtles in there at one time. The other turtle was getting on this other turtle, too. I don't think that's why he got so upset. He's like Splinter, like the rat. He got ratted out, Donatello and Teenage Mutant Ninja Heroes in a Half Shell, Turtle Power, And he got pissed off because the other turtle knew about the 13 and he was like, dum, 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 dum. I'm the tortoise and the hare. Oh, wait. So, hey, the hare doesn't, tortoise wins the race. So, but any words. So let me get up and get these dogs. And I think I'm going to have to feed myself here pretty soon. I don't know if I want to get up and work some more, guys. Should I go back to work? I don't have to work. I don't want to do anything. I want to go to Mexico, boys. Eat tacos. Come on in. I want to go to Mexico and eat turtle meat tacos. And go to Ecuador. I wish I was in Tijuana smoking homegrown Acapulco Gold. Oh, never mind. So, oh man. All right, I think I'll take a chooch off off the old. I got the magic stick. Oh, I can hit once. I can hit twice. Magic. What? Hey, man. What? Oh. Guess remember that one in Cheech and Chong? He looks over, he's like, hey, man. He's like, what? He's like, what? Ding, 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 ding. Oh. Vanilla. Or is that T or cube? Well, you got the whole Long Island going up in here, huh? Oh my gosh, I cannot wait to get out of this flesh. What a burden it shall be. At least I got some good meds. Got some good meds. Growing some good meds too, man. Well, I bet you those ladies need watered. Oh no, I went out there this morning and looked at them. They're doing all right. Actually, this time I'm going to put some more fertilizer at them. So I feel like they need some more fertilizer here. It's been like 3 or 4 days, hasn't it, since I fertilized them last? I think 3 or 4 days. So I don't like to hit them with that too much. Kind of let them eat it up. So yeah, we got a good strong batch fertilizer this time, boy. It is a sticky, icky, sweet, ooey gooey. So it's gonna be good. We'll spread that around. Roll Charlie around. Roll Charlie around. Suge came to your hotel room? Who's Suge? Suge. I took her to the hotel. Could have been a motel. Cost her $20, but it went so well. Sugar night. Suge night. Oh boy. I took her to the hotel. Could have been a motel. Cost me $20, but I did it so well. All right. So I don't know if I'm going to go back to work or not. It's pretty hot out there. Pretty hot. It's pretty warm. I think it's 87 in the cabin. 20 is 20? No, 100's the new 20. I don't know what are you talking about there, Jack? Explain my story to me. Explain. Hold on, don't moderate, Jack Jones. Explain the story, Jack. Off, Mr. Me off. Oh, never mind. You're out of here. Elsa said, no, you can't. You can't. You're not. You already got warned. Remember? You're in timeout. Get in the corner. Children are meant to be seen and not heard. Go outside. I don't want to see you right now. Come back when the lights come on. It's all right. I don't care. He had nothing to add. I don't know what he's talking. Sugar night. He must be something with something I said. Something with iced tea or something. He must have some. We broke off the conversation a little bit, but trying to figure out what I wanted to eat here. Just thinking about making some like a quiche or something. I gotta eat some more of these eggs. I got so many eggs. Oh my gosh, we got so many eggs out here, but that's all right. They're so good. Let's think about making like a spinach quiche or something like that. I just know I want to eat tacos. I want to eat tacos, and I want to eat tacos for $2 instead of $20. Goats and chickens. That's right. Absolutely. Boar goats, and I like sheep too. That's what I raise: sheep, goats, rabbits, and chickens. I used to raise hogs, but just to sell them. And dogs, but we don't eat the dogs. We love our dogs, so don't eat your dogs. This is not K-Doggy. You're not Korea, so yes, I love tacos, but I remember I only eat tacos that days it in and why. Well, rabbits are a source, of meat. They don't have as high protein. You definitely need to be careful when you can't just live off rabbits because they're too lean. But they are a source of of protein and calories, and there you can grow with 10 rabbits. You can have 3 does and 7 bucks, and grow as much meat as a whole cow. as much meat. Now you're not gonna have the red meat, the fatty acids, and all that, but you know, supplemented with. I take my rabbits and uh, in my chicken, house, I grow my rabbits above my chickens, and they just eat that rabbit droppings, and and then it reproduces, and I just, you know, then I have eggs and chicken and rabbit, and now I don't have sheep or goats out here anymore because they ran over all my property, the state of Oregon, and so I'm slowly getting all the kennels back up. I can house them now, but I don't have any. I'm not doing it by myself, so until I get 3 or 4 people out here, I'm not. Yeah, me too. I'm on red meat. That's why I only eat red meat. I don't eat fish. I don't eat pork. And I really don't eat chicken. I eat liquid chicken right out the back of their ass, butt nuggets, but not chicken nuggets. I don't eat that nasty stuff. But, liquid chicken, liquid, So, but hopefully I'll get down, to Ecuador. I'm probably going to go there no matter what. At least go by that ministry, and if I want to travel from there, I'm going to at least probably make an attempt to get set up. But we'll see. I don't know. I have to let Father unchain me because I just want to leave the U.S. so bad right now. It makes no sense to live in America at all. You know what I'm saying? That's a chicken egg. They call that liquid chicken. Uh, liquid chicken. Chicken eggs. So, so chicken eggs, liquid chicken. I haven't gotten a double yolk from any of these birds yet, though. Well, I'll tell you that one lady, I get laid every day. I know I'm not silly. Liquid chicken. I probably heard that about 10 years ago. It wasn't like I, learned yesterday, but I'm in my 50s, so it was, you know, I heard that too. Like, what the hell did you just say? I kind of like you. What the liquid chicken? Now explain this to me. It's like an omelet or something, you know. So my mind did the same thing. I wanted to know what somebody meant. They're like an egg, like, oh, that's brilliant. Now, I'd actually heard it from a cook. You know what I'm saying? Uh, from a cook. So told me that. I have me that liquid chicken. Like, what in the time? The eggs, man. Oh, dude, that's brilliant. I like that. So, anyways, done a lot of things. Did you get a double yolk yesterday? I got a double yolk. Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, I got good birds and they lay excellent eggs, and they don't have to lay any. They're all pretty young too. Normally, it takes a little time to come in to start double yolking. So these old birds are pretty much in their first year laying. So, um, yeah, good birds though. I'm really happy to have these birds out here. Really liking having that extra protein source. I can't imagine if I didn't. I eat 5, 6 eggs a day. Every day. Sometimes 10 eggs or a dozen eggs a day. So, um, yeah, well, it's brilliant. It's a McRib parrot. Yeah, there we go. So, put an egg on your McRib. No. So, oh my gosh, the McRib. They get the fillet of a McNasty or a mackerel. This is the fillet of mackerel, or it's the McShark, right? So eat your kids' burger. Eat your kids. Go. Did it. I'm Soylent Green. No, guys, why do we eat like this? Why am I the only one that seems so food motivated? I talk about food a lot, guys. If you notice that, if I actually just panned around this cabin, you guys would be blown away. You guys don't see what's in this cabin. There is food everywhere you look. And this is just the holdover because it's all down in the shelter. I can't put no more food in the shelter. We need to have room down there. I mean, there's a lot. It's a 50-foot shelter, but there is you know, I'm you know what I always used to tell people? I say, listen to me. Don't ever let anybody tell you can't have food. I mean, it's not like food is getting cheaper, right? And these people are like, why do you green sheet? What are you talking about? Green screen sham? What's this idiot talking about? F's, you're a sham. What are you talking about? Sham? Green screen sham. Do you eat green eggs and ham? Is that what you meant to put? Hola? Hola? ¿Cómo está? Yes, I need to get my Spanish is horrible, guys. I used to be able to speak good broken Spanish, street Spanish, and man, I could still order food and but man, I need to get out of this country. My dad told me 100 million times, son, this is America. Speak Spanish. He did. He told me that 100 times, million times seemed like. So he was right. He was right. He knew something. He was a pretty smart dude. My dad was a pretty smart guy. So, what's your food plan? How much food could you have right now? If you never went to the store again, how long do you think you can make it? You can't go to the store anymore. They put you in lockdown, full lockdown. No more Wendy's, no more Hardee's, no more Carl's Jr., no more White Castle, no more Sonny's Barbecue, no more In and Out Burger. I don't know. I'm trying to touch a little bit on everything coast to coast there. So whatever, wherever you eat. Razoo's, I don't know, eating alligator. Where are you at? Where are you at in this rock? I don't know. Like there's good food all, but what's your food plan? What's your food plan? Are you food secure? You have enough food? You have seeds? If you don't have, you really think you're going to be able to grow seeds when everybody's fucking each other up, Mad Max style? You grow shit in rows, you ain't growing no food. That's the best advice you'll ever get, or one of the best. I'm serious. I'll apologize for hearing that, Max. That's happened to me. It's expensive to eat the way I want to. Yep, all the grocery stores anyway. Just being aware, eating better, including some things in your good stuff. Thank you. Sense that makes sense to me. Just try to eat better, right? Just stop eating crap as much as you can. Try it at least. Don't just shove the shit down your hole pile. I mean, your pie hole. Apologize. Oh, all goes down the same hole. All comes out the same hole kind of attitude. I had that growing up. I didn't care what I ate. My dad told me I had a hole in my foot, whatever. And I could eat my brothers out from the buffet, twice as much as they'd eat, So I used to just gorge myself, and don't eat sugar. I had pancakes this breakfast and I normally don't like sweet things at first part of the day. And so try not to mourn. So, uh, but I had a weird thing today, but cutting sugar out of your diet is probably one of the best things you can do right out the gate. I mean, that's the hardest thing that so that means you need to cut out the wheat, barley, rye, oats, because the gluten, if you have an intolerance, all those carbs is what I'm talking about, turns to carbs. And then pastas, breads, those all turn to sugar too. So you're just sugarfied, and then people ding dong, ho ho, monster energy drink, amp, energy, I don't know, whatever. They just sugarfied. Yeah, I have real. Yep. I actually have some pretty decent syrup that I use, but yeah, you should. And I don't eat enough of it. I mean, that one I have is old. I need to throw it away, but syrup does last like honey for a long time. It has a pretty longevity. Honey's a superfood too, so honey lasts forever. It never goes bad. Even if it crystallizes, you can heat it back up. So remember, honey lasts forever. So um, try to cut your sugar intake back though, guys, because that is our biggest enemy in our body, which makes us acidic and makes us lethargic. If you're all acidic, you're going to be bogged down. You want to try to push more towards that alkali side. I'm not giving you any food or health advice too either, so don't consult your snakes up a pole before you um, Roman honey. Ooh, that sounds amazing, Max. Holy smokes, Roman honey. They got uh, alfalfa honey out here in this high desert, and it is over the top good. Alfalfa honey. Oh my goodness, or clover. Have you ever had that too? It's really good. I didn't know that they could. I don't know where all these things come up from. It's like, where the hell did all these trout come from? When I grew up, there was brook trout, rainbow trout, brown trout, and cutthroat trout. Now they got all these kinds of trout. Where all these trout come from? Albino, this one, and all these. They're like, where are all these trout come from? So they got all these extra things now, guys. Too, like I said, you know, and food too. All of a sudden, uh, just crazy. How you can, you know, where did all this honey come from? I never remember clover honey and all. I just thought honey was honey, remember, growing up. And now they got all these honeys they can flavor with flour. Like you just, look, Nathan said spicy honey. You know what I'm saying? Where the hell was all that growing up? You know what I'm saying? Max, where was I? Under a rock? I ate everything. Why my dad made, we had to eat everything. We didn't get no thank you bites. You had to eat it, or it was breakfast was lunch, then it became dinner, and yeah, hell, it was even mold. That's penicillin. If you get sick, it'll cure you. Eat it. That was my dad, right? They said penicillin, it'll cure you if you get sick. So, um, where did all these flavored honeys come from? Because I don't ever remember growing up and seeing honey. And we had a pretty, we ate just about everything, you know, dogs and cat, all of it. We ate everything, all of it. So, isn't that weird though? Like all these things, like where did this Cloverdale honey come from? Clover honey and all these things in there, uh, so, yeah, it's just strange, how some of these new things that come into our world. I don't remember seeing them growing up, and that's one of them, honey, that I'm like, I don't remember that. I remember honey just being honey. And maybe it was all honey and it was clover honey, or it was this, they just didn't put that label on it. We just weren't so fancy schmancy like it, you had to go to the dealer there and, and he'd let you sniff it and maybe break a little bit open, but you didn't get to smoke any of it. No. And you kind of knew what was good and what was bad. You had to do the sniff test. Remember, there was no such thing as born on dating. They didn't have all these little fancy label smables on the, exactly, crows. See, I think that's what we're going through. I think it's always been these kind of, what I'm saying, things, and now it is a marketing thing that to just pulls us one way. Uh, Mad honey. What's mad honey? See, now what the hell's going on here? Where was the mad honey when I grew up? They had Mad Max or Mad Magazine, but they had Spy versus Spy, but Conjunction Junction, what's your phone? I don't know. So anybody like to make a comment on outside the honey on trout? Does everybody remember growing up, other than there being brown trout, brook trout, cutthroat trout, and rainbow trout? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Because that must be the modified honey or something, some kind of, uh, what is Mad Max is awesome. Uh, where are these other trout? I see them too, and they're beautiful. I'm like, wow, holy, this albino, brown speckled. I'm like, whoa, and I would, I've caught brown trout, I've caught cutthroat trout, I've caught rainbow trout, and I've caught, I know there's bull trout and lake trout too. Okay, there's another trout, but they pretty much more look similar to a, like a rainbow, pretty much. Like I'm talking about some of these hybrid species of trout that I ain't never seen. And like some of them are like yellow and some of them are albino colored, and they're like, like, whoa, like they're just, and there's many different, um, so I'm wondering where these trout come from, because too, I grew up trout fishing, and my dad used to take us fishing in the ocean, and all the time, all the time. We're always out in the water, and if not, we were fishing in lakes, or we just stayed pretty busy. So, uh, don't remember trout seeing anything other than a brown trout and a cutthroat trout and a rainbow trout. Pretty much were the norm. There were lake and bull trout, but it wasn't, and there's some really beautiful trout. So if you look up trout now, there must be 20 different species of trout. Where do these all come from? Do we get like zapped into some new world or something, some Mandela affected or something, like Mandela got out of prison. I remember he got out. No, he died in the prison, that whole thing. And I don't do none of that, guys, but some of this stuff, it just makes me wonder. There was a dash in Kit Kat. Where the hell did the dash go? All these weird things they do, so I don't know how some of this stuff is even possible. Like the San Francisco, how they kidnapped all those people off the streets of San Francisco overnight, and not one camera angle of anybody being taken, none of the tents, none of the motorhomes. I mean, they had tent cities, they had hundreds of those motorhomes, if not thousands of those motorhomes, which would take a commercial wrecker. I was a traffic crash reconstructionist. I called for a wrecker a lot. I know how that works. So I'm just, sometimes this world that we live in is just it's hard to fathom. It's even a reality. It just becomes, some of these things that, like, where are all these things? Some of them could be marketing, but now how do you market trout? You know, where did all these trout come from? So maybe it is evolution, because we're in an extinction event too, brothers, sisters. Oh, I never thought about that, guys. Oh, outstanding. Thank you, Father, for showing me the hados. So, yeah, I'm just, I'm saying, Elsa, about that whole Mandela effect thing. There's just so many. That's what that is. It's deception. I try to tell everybody that to begin with. I said, that's bullshit. That stuff, sorcery. Exactly, sense. That's just a bunch of deception, and they're just and they're real too, though, brothers, sisters. I mean, there's these really things that, they do like that. Like, it's Febreze or Febreze. Well, they take an E out and they get everybody fighting about it. No, I remember it was this, and I remember it was that. It's a divide and conquer. It's the same thing. That's what it is, right? It's divide and conquer, because somebody's reality says, no, I remember this, and another one says, I remember that. Now, people's reality is going to be, we've talked about that. You're the only person who thinks about you the way you think about yourself. Nobody else thinks about you the way that you do. But it does divide. It causes that division. And I remember when I was, first came about that whole, I've been doing this, been this game a long time. And remember when that came out, I'm like, bullshit. I want to hear that. I said, my damn channel changer sit there on the coffee table, and it'll just disappear. I ain't gonna get up. I'll keep my damn feet locked to the ground like Velcroed, and turn around everywhere, and it's nowhere, and then turn back and it's right there. And don't tell me that bullshit, because my lighter's been doing it too. If you smoke cigarettes, the damn lighters do the same damn thing, just there and appear. And my socks been getting eaten from the washing machine forever. So where are all those socks? I want to hear this Mandela effect bullshit. People are like, damn, I guess it has been around for a while, huh? So I go ape shit on people sometimes, guys. Don't hear your bullshit. Computers aren't going to turn to zero, and now the whole world's going to end. You guys are the stupidest civilization ever. That's why I decided to get fixed too, guys, because I had my son. Seriously, I have to come clean about this, guys. I do, because I talked about it earlier, guys. You know what I'm saying? I have to be I have to be honest with you. I had my son in 1999, brothers, sisters. And when I saw the whole world think that the computers were going to not turn to zero in the whole world, I decided never have a kid again. I said, this is the stupidest civilization to ever live. Father, please just take me. I don't want to live here one more day. Please don't. My dad lived till 37. I'm older than him. Please, I don't want to be here anymore. This is the stupidest civilization ever. And I just had a kid, and it just was a really weird situation for me. I'm like, I cannot believe this is just the craziest, I don't want to be here. The whole world thinks that these computer can learn now, brothers, sisters. They've gotten even more stupid, more throttled, screwed down, retarded. They walk down the fucking aisle and think that if they push their buggy a certain way, that the bug isn't going to get them. He said only fear, who can take your flesh and your soul. You know what I'm saying? Not some bug. Put your trust in the science, or put your trust in the word. It was just, it's crazy. It's just hard to be alive, and look at us now. People standing on an X, and they fear a virus which is not even alive. Everybody going down, watching, wearing face diapers, So the underpants, no. So I apologize, brothers, sisters. This world's just, it's hard to watch. I was trying to tell everybody back in 1950 to 2000, I was like, look how fast we're going. You know what I'm saying? Look, yeah, but there's no antichrist like that, though, Iceberg, but there will be a physical. That's the hard thing to convince anybody, Iceberg. Really, he's just the tip of the iceberg right here. Are you the whole thing? We do just the tip ritual in here, or we point out just the tip ritual. You know what I'm saying? How they want to put in just the tip, like virology, scared, be afraid of the bug. We're all going to die, So, so the Antichrist is a spiritual Antichrist, and it's already being revealed. I reveal it on this channel. I don't think there's another channel revealing this pit ritual. There's others. Go see Now Discern All Things. Go see Jonathan Kleck. He's the guy that discovered all the different things that are on the money, like the 9/11. You got to give credit where credit's due. But this 923, 1945, 11004 executive order with Obama, 3 steel buildings, but this is a ritual that's being done right now. You are literally seeing the revealing of a spiritual, the 7th king will be revealed as the 8th king. Okay? So, yeah, so there's no antichrist, there's no, it's a spiritual Jew, a spiritual antichrist, a spiritual covenant. It's a spiritual cross that we take up. It's a spiritual baptism. It's a spiritual, so wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, the rulers of the darkness of this world. Spiritual wickedness in high places. So our battle is not under this covenant. We're not bound by the law or fate. We are destined. So knowing this, like I said, they're going to do all this physical ritual and do this physically to fool the Gentiles, the Jews, man, white, black, brown, red, all flesh will be, remember, they will come in my name and they will be deceived. In Christ, antichrist, he performs all the same miracles and wonders, not some leotarded little red devil Jesus or kitty devil, but mirrors all, does all, walk on water, walk through walls, rain lightning down, control the stars, corrupt the stars, all the same. Not some white devil. That's not bad and good. Those are both devils, both evil. Angelos. One wearing white, it's masking, see, is the Antichrist, the serpent. Anytime you see a halo above something, that is the devil. The crown, like the got your eyes going in circles, don't we, huh? So little Pied Piper, huh? Just like the Pied Piper, little pan god and go somewhere else. So, anyways, their antichrist will be robotic. Listen to me, brothers, sisters. Their antichrist will be a golden robot. C3PO, Terminator, R2D2, number 5, alive, Johnny 5 alive. They think a computer is alive, guys. Now they can put the computer in the robot and they're killing everybody. And they're like, it's the robots that did it. And the lead are like, they're falling for it. We did it with the COVID and they fell for that too. This is great, guys. And now we got the ZX out there that came from the sky. We got a space virus. It's going to happen. You guys are going to go, damn, that pastor was right. Brothers, sisters, they put this out in white papers. They're not hiding what they're doing, okay? They're not hiding. This is already revelation. You know what I'm saying? So, brothers, sisters, we're here. They've been ready for a while, okay, and they're doing it now. You don't have to wait for something to happen. This is the time to react. Don't go too fast. If you miss a single detail, that'll be the one that, like the little single cotter pin, that'll make the whole ship fall apart there, Captain, or whatever. Seriously, don't miss any details right now. Attention to detail. I'm a veteran. He said, carry your cross daily. OCD. No, on Christ daily, right? Or carry your cross daily. This is what you should be doing anyways. You should already be in this motion. Perfect practice prevents piss poor performance. If you want to perform well, you got to be doing it. Lack of prior planning, right? Doesn't constitute an emergency on my part. LPP. You down with LPP? Not me. So, they will always have something. Just trust in the Lord. Yeah, but no, that's not what you do. Sense. That's not how this works. You can't just put your head in the sand and put your head up your ass or your fourth point of contact. He said, don't hide that light in a basket. Let it shine. So you can leave now. If you just want to put your head in the sand and be peaceful and be nice, you can go away. So wise as a serpent, gentle as a dove. So Christ is making them do it. He creates evil. Isaiah 45:7. Calamity, chaos, evil. Father creates all things. So he's brilliant. When you look how the evil he's creating, you ain't seen nothing yet. And I was thinking about that the other day. It really helped prepare me instead of your attitude. You know what I'm saying? I was like, holy crap, it's going to get, remember sorrows? I've been telling you guys anyways. This is not me. I'm just telling you what the word is revealed. It's revealed in his word. They're going by the script. I know what the scripture says. I have the playbook to the future. Remember, there's no prophecy. He already wrote all these things. It's not like you even have to even guess. You don't have to. It's right there. If you sit down and sup with the word, you know exactly what's going to happen. Every jot and every tittle will come to pass before that great and dreadful day of the Lord. Okay, well, that's fine. You're fine then. Don't have thin skin. You'll be just fine in here. Remember, Cro-Magnon man had much thicker skin and a bigger brain than ours. So use your brain. Use your, don't, if you don't, yeah. I think you'll be all right. So, because there is a lot of distraction. Don't fall for the distractions. Thank you. There are so many things. But remember, he said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. You can't fool the elect. It's not possible. Only by self will they have their name blotted out of the book. So, got to push people to this ellipsis and tell them things are going to get rough and look at both sides of the story. Don't just look at one side, or you're just getting his story and he got left out. Shut up, loser. You ain't going to get it right. Victor gets the spoils. Go away. That's the hard story to find. The reality is not his or his. It's between the lines. So you got to be able to, distinguish, read between the lines, see the forest from the trees. Most people can't. A little too close, a little too far away, a little too biased, if you will. So a little retarded, but remember, not like a mental disability, like a carburetor. They've been screwed and throttled down, and they only want to know so much and can push. You're got to push hard on this one. You're going to pace yourself to the very end. You have to actually remember, all things, everything, discernment, spiritual calculator, celestial calculator. Put that one in your equation for me. Okay. Yeah, no man's coming to save you. There's two kinds of people, Crows, right? Two kinds of people on this rock, right? There's people who think the government's Hurricane Katrina or whatever. It is what it is. I'm just saying, the government's always going to be there to save them and bail them out, if they lose their job or whatever. And then there's people who think, use their head. So you'll know already. You're like, oh, okay, I'm that one, right? There's two kinds of people, service to self or service to others. You'll know them by their fruit. Goats and sheep. Can't turn a goat into a sheep. So, discern all things. He said, believe no man. What be the sign? Remember, his apostles pulled him to the side and said, what would be the sign? What would be the sign of your second coming? And at first, we know about the sign of Noah, people just acting like nothing was happening, and it came upon him like a thief, like a woman, in labor. Okay, all right, overcame them, the flood, right? So, but this time, remember, he said, "Be sure that no man deceive you." And when I say that, I generally repeat what I say. But what does "be sure no man have to deceive you" have to do with the second coming of Christ? Everything. Because they were looking, what would be your sign? What would be the sign of the second? Remember, I'm a magi. All these signs, you think of a sign, a sign, some kind of. And he said, be sure that no man, mammon is Jezebel. Mammon is traditions of men, women of men. That's man. That's wrestle not against flesh and blood. That's man. Cut off the flesh. Mammon, Jezebel. Remember, they ate of the manna. No, yeah, right. Know the difference. Do not sup with vipers. Eat. Show them to the narrow way. Don't sit down and eat with them and make house with them and break bread with them. No, you don't. That's one thing that's hard for a lot of people in this ministry. So that's why you got to push so hard. Because you got to get both sides here. You can't be biased. Remember? Hados. You got to get pushed on both sides, not just one side. They just push you out of the way. You're going to fit through that straight gate if you don't get pushed down to fit through that narrow opening. Narrow is the way, he said, correct? Narrow is the way that leads to the straight gate. Straight is the gate. Oligos, find the straight gate. Oligos. The ellipsis. Right? Tribulation comes. All that. Theolobos. So push harder, brothers, sisters. I know you don't want to. I have to tell myself that sometimes. What I seen somebody like that, or I see it as a little inspired, like work harder, nobody cares. Work harder, nobody cares. Damn. So no, pace yourself, brothers, sisters. It's a marathon. Seriously, it's a marathon. Don't overdo it, though. Seriously, you don't want to miss anything. You got to pace yourself, and it's a marathon. And if you're going to win the race, you're going to have to finish the strongest. That's who has their hand held raised in victory, correct? Not the person who teeters out, comes out the gates the fastest, and blows his whole wad, 2-pump chump or whatever. Nope. They can look around and go, okay, I see where I'm at. And it's the bride. You're with the bride. So look around and use the people you have around you to pace yourself. And told you, I don't want just one person to come. The victory is our prize. Christ is our prize. Somebody said it earlier in the chat. I think it's Sense that said that. He is our prize. We are to be running to him. Remember, he's going to meet us. He's not coming to us. We have to meet him. Remember? Girded in his service, Maranatha. Believing in him is an action word. It's a verb. Putting legs on your faith. Oh, so I can't sit down, Jesus? No, this isn't a sit down, Jesus. This is a carry your cross every day until you die. You must endure to the last breath, to the end, to be saved. And when I come pick you up, then you've been saved. But not until then. So not until I come back. See, I got saved. No, you didn't. You can't be saved. No such thing. So push harder, brothers and sisters, because we got to endure to the very end. And we have to pace ourselves, though. So it's not some easy race. That's why I want you to push yourself, okay? So that you can be realistic. Don't say this is going to be easy. Tell yourself it's going to be tough and it's going to get worse. And how am I going to prepare for this? Well, I'm going to use the word. I'm going to be charitable. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to be meek. What would Christ do? What would be Christ doing right now in this situation? Does that not reflect, brothers and sisters, if I'm wrong? Does that not reflect on what I try to convey, not me, but through the word, through this ministry, like what's going on? And I include all these other things in the world. It's not just sitting at the gospel and being some religious people. And no, we're talking about real things that are going on, just like Christ did. He stood up to the law, the really things that were going on, the perversion of the law on that day, and made quite the scene, obviously. Sometimes he didn't say anything, and it made even a bigger scene. There's a time and a place for everything, right? But this is the time not to hide that light. As he said in the basket, you're supposed to share this light with others. Remember, he is the horizo. He's the light. He's the divider. He's from above. Be born from above daily. Not again. Again is once. Sit down. You're done. You bought it. No. Take up your cross daily. Pay the price daily. If you're going to endure to the end, he paid that sacrifice, so you are going to have to pay that same price as he paid. It's just this way it works, brothers, sisters, that's just the way this works, It's what's in your heart. Two men can do the same thing and be totally different things. That's right, Crows. But remember, what's it tell us, Crows, in the scripture? What's it tell us about our heart? What's it tell us about our heart? It says that our hearts are continuously filled with wickedness. So we don't listen to our hearts, because the heart it steers us in the wrong direction. It's kind of like thinking with your little head. We need to use him. Put him at the top of your house. Think with it, let him speak for you. Love thy neighbor like thy enemy, like thyself. Throw him the broad way, show him to the narrow way. Can't turn a goat into a sheep. Not possible. You know what I'm saying? So, but men are Geminis. Men are Geminis, though. No. You're on what you're saying. That you're not off. But remember, men they say one thing and do something else. That's most people. Come on, be real. Everybody's being nice. Most people are being nice. Brother Jim covers this. Nice means to be stupid. Everybody's acting like nothing's happening. At least we're talking about it in here. We're not trying to be political. We're not trying to be religious. We're just talking about our brethren, good and bad, what we see happening to everybody. We're not trying to have a bias here. Now, if you're swine, we're told not to hang around with you, because if you hang out in a crack house or a trap house or a whore house or whatever you're doing, and you're some upright man or woman, and you got $10 in your pocket and you've been there a day, a week, and pretty, after probably, you're going to ask, what do we get for $10? And she's going to say anything you want. So you're like, anything? She's like, anything, so never mind, moving on. Little Sir Mix-a-Lot, mix it up here for you, but show you how that works. You become a product of your environment, okay? A product of your environment. So don't sup with vipers. Don't cash your pearls before swine, okay? Or like Ryan's, swine. So don't cash your pearls before swine. So in the mud, stuck in the mud, pigs. So that's right. The heart is continuously filled with wickedness and deceitful. That's right. You got a girlfriend in Vietnam? Where? There's a girlfriend in Vietnam. Where's your girlfriend in Vietnam? So I've actually been thinking about Vietnam. Vietnam's a good place, man. I've been telling you, there's another good. There's a lot. Nepal would be the only place I think I'd consider over on that other continent. But yeah, got to get out of here sooner or later. Will Father unchain me, or will be stuck in Babylon? We'll have to write a book about that, right? One day, stuck in Babylon. We're stuck in Babylon. No, we're going to try to get down to the Ecuador first, get that ministry paid off, and I'm hoping to go to all 180 countries. You know what I'm saying? I want to see all the ministry. I want to see all the ministry. Have so many brothers and sisters, throughout the whole. It's not a lot, but they're there, and be excited to come see the towns. And Vietnam would be a beautiful place to visit, man. There's so many things about. Philippines would be beautiful. All the Asias are just, God, there's so many pyramids over there, guys. They hide so much about that continent over there. Man, Japan, boy, they're a whole different culture in their own. Yeah, hopefully someday I'll get out on the road. So, oh no, I plan on, that's what I'm saying. I'm going to go to South America first. Probably the very place after I leave South America, I have to keep my word. I probably will go to Australia. I said I would. That's what I've been saying for 3 or 4 years. So I should have just left already, and I wouldn't be in this pickle right now, right? Well, no, I'm not a pickle yet, right? Or am I? So we'll see in this cucumber or this pickle. But it's sure been marinating for a while. So Cambodia too. Yes, Cambodia. Oh man, guys, I remember in high school, guys, I had a friend that was from Cambodia. He was a foreign exchange student, and he used to show me pictures and stuff, and he used to tell me a lot. That's right, Stay in the Bride, about Cambodia. It was another beautiful place. Culture is, man, I'm so excited. I hope someday I can travel, guys. I missed so much by being a farmer and having these animals and tying myself down. And I shouldn't have done that. I should have traveled already. I got to travel with the military and stuff, but I should have just went and seen the world. When my son told me, take that money, Dad, and go. You have everything you need now, and you're just waiting here to try to help me. And look, I just made everything worse. By trying to help him, I made it all worse. He could be dead, and my daughter could be dead, and I can't even imagine the funding that's gone into this. I could have been retired, easily retired, and been paid both these ministries off. And oh well, what can you do? Father wrote it, and so I just have to deal with it. So, but I'm looking forward to going to Australia second, because I got to keep my word. And I told my subscribers and followers that were from TikTok, and we have many come out over here now. It's taking a little while, but we've got a trickle from over there, and that's the first place I was going to go. So, and I want to travel before they lock everything down. So, for Christ's sake, Father, would you unchain me, please? I'm tired of being in the U.S. I hate this country so much. There's some good people here that need the word, but I'll come back and visit them later. I need a vacation from the U.S. I've been here for too long now, and it's been a while since I've been out of the country. I need a vacation and not think about America anymore for a little bit. And then I'll get energy charged and come back and can knock it out of the park. You know what I'm saying? So at least I have drive. At least I just don't want to sit here like a bump on a log and give up, guys. You know what I'm saying? I'm thankful for that. That Father Sozo saves me every day. He gets me up, meek, makes me turn my cheek. Sometimes seems like 490 times a day, and carries me, lifts me, and brings me to that end of the day, or whenever he's going to carry me to the end of this, and he'll heal me for everybody wrong me. He'll right me, and so I know it. And even if I don't ever get to do another thing and die at my last breath, I just said I would never gotten cheated. So I don't have to do anything else. So, I don't want to do anything. Remember, I told you I don't want to even own anything. I don't want to own anything. I need to have 2 vehicles to be able to move around, but I would just donate them to the ministry. You know what I'm saying? So I need to get. I've always been a wanderer, brothers and sisters. Like I said, I didn't buy any property until I was in my 40s. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to buy a house. I didn't want to be chained down. I didn't want nobody to tell me I had to, I liked being, my job was always outside. I had sales, and, I didn't like to be in a box in a cage and drive me crazy. You lock me up in jail. All I do is pace and exercise and read the word. That's all I do. I can't just sit there. I have to stay busy. So, I'm not do good in a cage. I get all cagey in there, and people don't like that. They don't like me anyways. So I did all right the last time I was locked up, but I just stay out of everybody's way. I try to, just. But anyways, I don't know if Father's going to ever unchain me. I think it's been a long 15, 16 months though. This has been quite the ride, So we'll see. If I never get to leave the U.S., then I don't get to leave the U.S., Thanks for coming in, Sans. Thanks for not having thin skin. And thanks for the conversation and the comments. Time's very valuable. You could spend it on any other ministry. You get thrown out of here, so good job. Not like that, you know what I'm saying? We don't want to sup with people who are not in the narrow way. We'll show you to the narrow way, but we don't want you to keep coming in here if you're not. So, and we're working on it. We're all work in progress. The ministry is continue to grow and work. We just got to work with what we got here. So, thanks for coming in. Sonia has been with us for a long time. Another TikTok, long time. Appreciate everybody supporting the ministry. We had somebody give a $50 super chat on the last live stream. That was pretty awesome. I'm pretty bummed they didn't give me the AdSense this month. Really disappointed. Like I said, I owed Kevin that money, and so I don't like owing anybody money. And I spent quite a bit of time with AdSense. There's a lot. I tried every way I could to get somebody in person, and then it ended up we're spending some time with somebody on the chat or whatever, and then they got their supervisor or whatever. I don't know. And going around in a circle and didn't get anywhere, and so I'm just gonna have to forget about it at this point. I don't know how to deal with them like that. It's more like an online thing. So I hope again that if this do that to me again, I'll probably turn the super chats off on this channel. I don't want anybody to send money to the ministry. They already take 30%, and then it not it's your guys' money, not my money. I mean, I would, I told you now I would take any donation, and I need to get that front end of my vehicle fixed so I don't keep chewing up tires. So, but that's kind of a ministry thing because I can get mobile and I use that for the ministry. So I won't spend it on me or anything. Or buy anything frivolous. I told you I don't need to own anything. So I just consider that vehicle as kind of part of the ministry too. So eventually, once I do all the title swaps on everything, I want to put everything actually in High Desert Faith and Truth Ministry's name. So I want to do this all at one whole swath too. So appreciate it. Everybody likes spending your time here, and that's the other thing, just can't get back this time that you spend here. So I do appreciate it when people have the time, and the time of tithe. And that's, that's a blessing in this day because there's so many people who just would have an extra minute in their life. They would love just to have an extra minute because they worked so hard, just barely getting by. You know what I'm saying? Barely getting by. So. But anyways, I'm hoping that, much Agape. I didn't mean you had to give me a cash app, guys. I just, I was giving you thanks. Appreciate it. I'm not sure who did. And like I said, I'm going to eventually, thank you, sister. Levette. So, that's, we're closer, guys. We're close. I don't know how much longer this case can go. I don't know what the results will be, and I have to put it in God's hands for sure, and I have all along. So I have a court date coming up in next month. So it's just another hearing again, but this is the first time I heard the attorney say that he would try to have him drop the case. And I'd never heard him say that. So I don't want to bank on that. I really don't care what happens to me. I just need to move forward in my life. If it's going to jail because I get a conviction for using my mouth for stepping up for my son, I'm not going to feel bad for going to jail because I tried to help my son. Oh well, you know what I'm saying? What that's just, I would do it again. I don't know if he's alive. I don't know if it got him killed by me trying to help him out. What I did was the wrong thing, or I don't know. But I know that I know that I had to help him. Nobody else was going to help him, and just you know, it's just been a long road without any forward progress, and it's been terrorizing. It's actually been just brutal. I asked Father sometime, I said, I love you, Father, and I'm never going to turn my back on you, but I have missing kids here, Father, and they're suffering too, and I'm not the only one suffering right now, so I can take this. Why do you have to attack them? Why do people have to pay because of their interactions with me? My son would know this very well. He's had to pay the price because apple don't fall far from the tree. So appreciate it, guys. I don't know what's going to happen, and just if something would happen, I'd be okay. Just say anything. Gosh, if something would happen, I just wish anything would happen. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what the attorney has planned. Like I said, he hasn't really, and he's a very expensive attorney. So I'm hoping no news is good news, kind of a thing. You know what I'm saying? So it wouldn't matter the results, just so I go somewhere to jail or not, something. I'm not afraid of going to jail at all. I went to jail 3 times already because of my son for trying to help him. I've already been in jail 3 times over this case. It's hard to fathom, but I have. So, you know, we'll see. We'll see. So I appreciate you supporting me, guys. In any way, shape, or form. It does help me quite a bit just to have this ministry. But we'll see. I feel like I'm caught in some time loop, you know what I'm saying? Being terrorized every day, wondering where my son's at and if he's okay, and if he even thinks about me or cares about me, wants to talk to me. Is he dead in a cave? Is he being extorted? Where's my daughter? And I've tried so hard to do everything I can to look for him and put myself, like, I've been thrown in jail, remember? For being threatened multiple times over and over. Not only, and I've been put in jail, I've been threatened over and over. So, so I appreciate it. Like I said, I've just kind of, with everything that's going on, it's so hard because if he's suffering, I want to go to him. I want to help him. And I don't have anybody to tell me anything, nobody to tell me anything about him. That's how little my crowd is. That's the company I keep. I don't really have a friend It's like that. I don't have family. And everybody kept up with in high school or anything like that. And, you know, my family hasn't talked to me in years and years and years. So don't think I'll ever hear from anybody from my blood relatives ever again. He's actually the only person of my blood that I talked to was my son. So um, I want to thank you for being there for me. I really do. I don't know what else to do with him other than to, again, put it in God's hands, because I'm going to end up in jail if I keep trying to find him. They're going to kill him if he's alive. You know what I'm saying? Kids are in contact with me? No, no. I mean, they have a no contact order with me, but I'm just like anything, you know, like, hey, your son's all right, man. He hates you. He doesn't ever want to talk to you again. Hey, your son's dead, man. Hey, your son's this, anything. Can anybody know? There's just nothing, you know what I'm saying? So it's not good, you know what I'm saying? It's not good. It's not a good result. Elijah's either looking over his shoulder right now, not living the dream. See, this is hard when I know that. What do I do when they lock this country down, you know, and I can't go look for him ever again, you know, in that fashion or any way? And it's so hard because I had him located, remember? I had him located. They wouldn't find him. They wouldn't look for him. And I thought he was dead. And I found, well, or his daughter, you know, my daughter's car and where I believe he was at. That's why I sent Josephine County Sheriff's Office to go get him. Where he had a warrant for, they would have taken him and put him in jail that day, brothers and sisters. Imagine that shit. My son would have went to fucking jail that day if they wouldn't have went and picked him up. I was that concerned about my daughter. I pleaded them, please don't shoot my son. You guys of the state of Oregon already shot him. But I'm concerned my daughter is being kidnapped and raped, and this whole scenario doesn't add up. Her car shouldn't be at this guy's house. This guy's been lying to me, and now I need to bring this to your attention. Here's the motive. Here's why I think he killed her. I said, I'm going to find out one day, Marshall, whether you took the silver or not. Now you're telling me that she has it, and this case is going to get dropped one day or taken care of, Marshall. You guys, that was like 9 months ago or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm going to find out if you took the silver or not. You said you had it, Marshall, but I just want to get my dog. And I think that's when he decided to kidnap Adriana. I think he already had Elijah down there. And see, I reported this, and they said they're going to come put me in jail. I'm going to get put in jail for telling them this, because I'm contacting them, trying to find, so that day my son would have went to jail, but I knew my daughter would have been okay. And I would have known that, you know how hard it is to call the fucking cops on your son? They could have shot him that day. He made one wrong fucking move, and that's right now. He makes one wrong move with the warrant for his arrest, and he's dead. If he's not already. I appreciate you being there for me, brothers and sisters. It's the shit I have to live with every day, and it's hard. And I apologize. I curse so much, and I've broken down, and I wish I should stop cursing, but I've tried. I just can't. And just can't hold it in. I did thousands of hours with never doing it, but for some reason, I don't know if it's no excuse, the grenade to my head or what, but just the tear gas or whatever. It's just, I have a hard time holding back. The country's in shambles and the whole world's falling apart around me, and I can't even go find my son, and nobody will tell me where he's at. My daughter's involved in it too, and she's been caught in the middle of this. And where's her parents at? Why don't they care? You know, you think that somebody might, maybe from her side of the family, hey, you know, I know that's your, you know, nothing. Nobody's ever contacted me for anything. So it's the last time I saw my son, you know, I know he was alive, but, you know, he got shot, you know, and nobody's coming to his aid, you know, and that's so crazy. So I think because of the case and the way it is, that because they executed the warrant improperly, that somehow Josephine County, whatever with Marshall's involved in down there, the gold mines are involved. It's bigger than that. started to think, how did Elijah get sucked into this? Well, maybe he didn't. Maybe he's just up there in the gold mines where they're strip mining illegally, and he dragged them up there into the woods, and they've been gone for a while, and he's gotten away with it because they won't do anything about the case. So thanks, brothers and sisters that are here for me. I just struggle every day. We all have our own battles that we fight, but it's why I spend so much time in here, because I can't hold it in. When I work, it's worse. And I work, but just saying, all I can do is wonder, why am I working? At least when I'm here, I'm working for the ministry. I don't want to work for the world. I don't want to do anything about this world. I hate this world so much. You know what I'm saying? So it's okay. Father's in control. If he didn't want it to be this way, it wouldn't. But it's so hard to think that my daughter's suffering right now. Is she separated from Elijah? Are they together? Are they apart? Are they, Elijah was last, September was when he was told he was seen by the state police. Josephine County tells me they seen him in, or was last time he was seen in February, but I don't think that's true. I think they said that because something happened to him, and that's a way to cover that he's still, alive. And I don't want my son to be dead, but I really wish I could find out one way or the other. I've called the police, remember, and they threatened me. And then I called now, the state police after obtaining a very expensive attorney to call the state police because Joseph County won't do anything and they won't take a report. These are the same people that came and tried to murder me, shot my son, grenaded my daughter, my son grenaded me, but they can't take a police report for a missing person. They come out here to this property and try to kill me, but they can't. And look what they did to my daughter, kidnapped her. They didn't even have a warrant for her arrest. That's why her charges were dropped. The attorney dropped her charges because they know they illegally arrested her and kidnapped her. And if she was alive, she could file a lawsuit. And that's what makes me think that they're not alive right now. And that sucks because they both have massive lawsuits. They were both wronged, civil, major lawsuits. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's why they did it. They'd have to pay Elijah for all those hours that he worked where he was told he didn't do them. Every hour he'd get paid for. And that's not going to be some small feat. He did 100 and some, he did 180 to begin with. Now he can't get paid for those, but every one that he did after that, the 130 or 40, whatever, and remember, they wouldn't keep any track of it for him. They wouldn't give him a printout. They wouldn't, and I was on his ass. They just wouldn't give him the paperwork to show. They kept changing his hours and moving the goalpost on him. Oh, you got 89. Now you have 68. Oh, now you got 98. What? I've got the head of probation telling me that he only had 30 more hours and he did another 100 and they still put him in jail. See, remember Crusher Brunsman? I did all the live streaming in here, what's her name on your son's lease? I don't know if it was part of that deal. Are you talking about my daughter? It was my daughter's apartment. It was her apartment, not Elijah's. They lived together, but it was Elijah was on paper down in Springfield. It was her apartment. It was their apartment, but because so they would have no reason to hide. That's what I'm trying to say. So they'd have no reason to be hiding. They don't have any reason to hide. They both have massive lawsuits. They don't have any reason to hide. That's why I told Marshall, no, you're not going to hide my daughter and my son. So, that's what makes me, just how she could go file a lawsuit. And then her back in September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August. You tell me she hasn't filed a lawsuit by now? Yeah, she should have been able to file that lawsuit the same day. They kidnapped her. They dropped her charges. Isn't that crazy? So she should, if she was alive, I think she would go file that lawsuit. Why would she pass up $50 million? They took her life from her. They took her life and his life. Not literally at that point, but she was going and working with my son, volunteering her own hours. But why would they be upset at me? They were moving here. I don't mind you playing devil's advocate at all, at all. I don't, but there would be no reason to be upset at me. I was helping them. They were moving here. That's not. I had a good relationship with my son prior to this happening. There was 2 weeks. If they were upset, they could have just left, right? You know. So, but doesn't make any sense. I mean, I'll listen to it because that's what. That's what, I talked to somebody else, and they kind of are like, if he's alive, then he's just that pissed off at you. He just doesn't want to talk to you. I'm like, okay, I hear you, but nobody can contact me to tell me he's okay. He told my dad, I tell him he's an asshole and he got me in more trouble, and now I'm on the run, and so if you're on the run, you're probably not going to contact people, but why would he be on the run? He has a lawsuit. He has a lawsuit. What they did, I never knew that they grenaded both her and him. That's a lawsuit. That's an excessive force lawsuit right out the gate. For him, they kind of blew the whole thing by grenading him too. Yeah, they did, because there's a civil lawsuit. So they might do. You got to go through the criminal case. I've learned this now. I thought it just dropped the criminal case. It doesn't, and that's fine. So it is what it is, but it still doesn't mean that there's not massive civil lawsuits on all three of our parts right now. Every one of us could sue the state of Oregon. Every one of us could sue Lake County. Each one of us could sue their bonds. Each one of these people are bonded in this case. They work as a community servant and they're bonded. That means each one of them is probably bonded for $1 million to $2 million. These judges maybe $3 and $5 million bonds, more in some cases, depending on which, and this is a fourth administrative territorial court, so it may be more. So we'll see. Why would she not go file a lawsuit so she has to sit there and be on the run with her husband? She wouldn't do that. She'd go file the lawsuit, separate from him, and then come back and say, honey, I've got this attorney, and we got the best attorney in the world because I was awarded $25 million. And it's not about the money, but I'm just trying to show you how this doesn't make any sense to me. That they're on the run, but they both have the ability to file her. How could she not know? And see, somebody said she had an attorney. Somebody I found out that said she had an attorney. Why wouldn't that attorney tell her, hey, you have a massive lawsuit. They kidnapped you. If her attorney got her charges dropped, right? If there was an attorney, supposedly, if that's the case, and I don't believe that either, because that's what Marshall said. She sold him the car so she can get an attorney. I think it was me in here pushing, you know what I'm saying? So they'll pay out at least. On my case, you can't grenade me to the face. So I already know. Like I said, that's why John's working with trying to get this civil lawsuit attorney too as well. You know what I'm saying? So that's at least 50. I told him already, I won't settle for any less than $50 million. You can't hit me in the face with a grenade. That's an attempted murder charge. If they'll just investigate the case and open it up, it's an attempted murder charge. I know. I've been special weapons and tactics trained. I've been a police officer. I've been SWAT, prior law enforcement. So I know you can't hit people in the face with a grenade. That's not possible. So, I mean, if you do, it's excessive force or attempted murder. So, well, I'm not saying that. I don't want the money. I donate all of it to the ministry. I already told you that. I'll keep my word. You'll be here. You'll see. I might put a retirement fund for myself, but I don't need much money to retire where I'm going. I'm not buying anything. I'd just be travel expenses is it. So, and I don't think I'd have a lot of travel expenses because I think a lot of people go hang out with Elsa for a couple of days with her and her husband. I got to go, Elsa. I got to go somewhere else. Thanks for hanging out. It was a good time. Thanks for taking me to one of the local features and cooking me dinner. And like I said, hopefully I would cook dinner for somebody if I would let me cook dinner in their house or something like that, but I'm not going to have a lot of expenses on the road. So any money that I obtain, I'll just donate it to Grace and Truth Ministries and here at High Desert Faith and Truth. So I'm not doing it for the money. It's more about holding people accountable for what they did, more than anything. So will they be held accountable? That I don't know. There's a chance that they might drop these charges and I'm out of here, guys. I ain't gonna file no civil lawsuits. I'm gonna be right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm not settling. Not, you know what I'm saying? Not gonna do no deals. They either drop this case and I'm filing the civil lawsuits. But if they drop this case, I'm gonna let you know right now. I will leave. I ain't gonna file no civil lawsuits. I don't care about no $50 million. I don't care. I'll go live on nothing. I'd rather get out of here and leave $50 million behind than to try to get it 100%. So, if I can legally leave, I'll walk away from $50 million. I got a lot more coming than that. I know I do. And it's not me. You can't hit me in the face with a grenade. Look what they did to my, daughter. Look what they did to my son. Look what they did to my animals. Look what they did to this ministry. The civil, remember, I already put the courts on notice of liability for all punitive, mental, and, physical damages in the case. So I don't need money. I could live in a damn shoebox. I got a taco or two for the end of the day. I'm good. Let me do your dishes or something. Let me go mow the lawn, cut the yard or something. Let me do my labor. Let me work for what you gave me. I don't want anything for free. I don't want to feel like I owe anyone. I'm gonna have a hard time with that being on the road. Can I please cut the lawn? No, you can't cut the lawn. You just got to sit there. Come on, let me do something. So I'm not the kind of person too, and I don't understand that. Brothers, sisters, how you go and stay in somebody else's house and you make them pick up after you. How would you ever do that? I know people are like that, but it just doesn't seem. I put the toilet seat down. You know what I'm saying? I'm the kind of guy. I put the toilet seat down. It's a poop hole. You poop and piss in that hole, and you're going to tell me you're not going to cover it up. I put the lid too. Put the lid, not just the flat, not just the toilet seat, but the lid down. It's a shithole. Okay, why wouldn't you put the cover over that every single time? So I've had past girlfriends and stuff like, wow, this is so awesome. You always put the seat down. I never had a guy there. I would just leave it up. I'm like, no, thanks. No, I'm going to go ahead and cover that hole up, and so I never thought that. I just didn't, I don't know why. I just have weird things that I do like that. Like I said, I won't take and get an ice cube tray and take 2 ice cubes out or 3 ice cubes out and not put that back in and fill it all the way back up. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't walk out a door without opening the door behind me and looking behind me to see if somebody's walking out the door. There are just certain ways I live. You know what I'm saying? I just have a certain, my life's in shambles right now. There's some things, like I said, that I've kind of let myself slide in life, but it's not the end of the world. It's just stupid little things. But my standards have just kind of been just I don't need to have anything right now. I just, I need to figure out and get somewhere for, in this case, and then my life will grow again. Until then, I'm just kind of stuck in a horror, terrorizing, situation, that's just not going away. So Father's in control, and if he wanted it to be any different, I'm sure it would change. So when he's ready in his time, he'll either unchain me or I'll throw me in jail. One of the two. I'm facing 2 things. It's like my son. I don't know what's going on with him, but I know what I know what I'm looking at. So one or the other. That's why I'm saying at this point, if I'm going to go to jail, I just want to go to jail. And I don't think I'm going to jail, but if I'm going to go to jail, I just want to go to jail. Okay, enough is enough. Whatever. Just look at the case. Let's get it done. I'll file the appeal or whatever. Let's just do nothing. Let's not do nothing. So I'm being a little impatient. I apologize. I have hired an attorney, but there's just been nothing done. And so I'm just kind of hanging right now. I'm just like, I need to do something here in this case. So that's why I shave my beard, by the way. So It's just because no, Father wouldn't give me any change in my life, and I needed some change. Sometimes we need change in our life. Most people are very uh, accustomed with their ritual, and change scares them, and it's okay. People become creatures of habit. I need change in my life. I can't do the same thing over and over again. That drives me crazy. I get a little batty, a little cagey. I told you when I can't do the same thing. That's why I like a job where I can change it up and move around, and and not be stuck in some single place. Or it's just never been. If you look at my job history, I don't have a job history like that. I have the ability to move around, move outside, commercial license, military. There's a lot of things where I can move about the cabin. You know what I'm saying? So, um, you know what I'm saying? They do that. That's kind of a thing. They shave their heads and cover their bodies with sackcloth and ashes and that's kind of a time of rebirth. Remember, Sabrina, what I'm talking about? They would do that in the past, cover their bodies with sackcloth and ashes and shape, and kind of reset. It's kind of like a reset. Like, okay, here, let's. So I tried. It didn't do anything, brothers, sisters. I didn't. At least people don't call me grandpa. I got a little tired of that. That just gets a little old. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think my son ever wanted to have kids. And I know that probably to you wouldn't bother you, but it bothered me when people come in here and call me grandpa, know that I'm never going to be a grandpa. It's just like, fuck off. I ain't no grandpa. I might be old, but I'm not a grandpa. I wish I could be a grandpa. Maybe I'd get a little kickstart and spoil my little grandchild and send him back to his dad all spoiled. Give him sugar and stuff. But that's why I did it. I needed a change, and yeah, lots of things that just don't seem to change in my life here in this last 15 months. I've been caught in this loop. Just can't seem to pull any at forward at all. Not at all. I'm just going backwards and backwards and backwards and backwards and backwards. Never seem to get forward, man. Um, so I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. I have a court date next month. I do need to try to figure out how to get that Forerunner fixed. I think Kevin might be taking off. He's got some animals back in Colorado that he wants to go pick up, and I think he should go get them as soon as possible before the weather breaks. So, but he might be out there in that time, so I can't. I don't want to drive the Forerunner down there the way it is. That back tire will pop. It's just too. It's not showing cords, but that's kind of a long drive, and that drive down the blacktop's a little rough. So um, if it's winter or something, I might be able to get away with it, but then I wouldn't want to be driving on that bald tire in the winter. But so I'm gonna have to get those fixed before I go down there. So hopefully I can get that done. I don't know. They said it for trial. I'm gonna have to figure out how to come up with that other $5,000 too. And I've been trying like crazy. I can't believe what happened yesterday to my ad got dumped, and then you guys, I posted the whole ad up again, and then I just went back to check something, and the whole thing dumped again. And I was just so frustrated because it take me like 30 seconds just to get the cursor to move over on my advertisement. And I'd already dumped it all out when I went to go do it all, and I got it all done again. And I went almost to that last thing, and I went back and clicked on it, and it reset, and it was all gone. I was like, holy smokes, man. Because I had somebody, when I first posted it, hit me up. See, I only get the post within the first couple 3 hours is the only time I get somebody to hit me up. You know what I'm saying? Um, so, you know, uh, that was a big, like I ain't even redone the ad. I don't know if I'm going to redo it because that was like, what the heck, God? Remember somebody just put a piece of property for sale right next to mine, the border property right next to mine too. So maybe that's a blessing. Maybe it'll bring more traffic to the area, but mine is a little more expensive than theirs, but obviously if you went and looked at the two properties, I don't think anybody would want that property compared to, you could put a home on the property that I have and you won't see it from the road at all. they don't really have a place there unless they put it in that sand dune. I don't think anybody'd want to build a house on that sand dune. So it's the sand dune that makes that property that I have so unique too. It's it's like a backbone on the west side of the property that would hide a nice single level ranch home, so you couldn't even see any lights from the highway. So I dumped the ad, man. I was so bummed, so I ain't gone back today. I was going to do it. I'm like, no, I'm not going to do it. Somebody's going to buy it. They're going to buy it. So it's got a for sale sign out there on the road. And so we'll see what happens, So that's going to be my only thing at this point that I see to have that I can possibly sell to come up with that $5,000 at this point. Because remember, I'd already got rid of my gold and silver. So I'll figure it out. Hopefully John will get through it. I won't have to go to trial, and they'll drop the case. It just sucks because if they drop the case, that's going to happen with Elijah. And this was all just a waste of my time. And if he's dead, imagine that. If she's dead, imagine that. I did all this so that they can both die, try to help them, and they both end up dead. What if they both end up dead and then they throw me in jail? Oh, you shouldn't have said that, man. That would probably, oh my gosh. I do some stuff like that sometimes. I haven't in a while, but all right, I think it's time for lunch. I was going to take a lunch break a few hours ago, and I just came in here and started chatting with you guys. So, whoa, what are we going to make to eat today? I don't have any more red meat out here right now. All my red meat's all freeze dried. What to eat? Yeah, I don't have any taco meat. No. I'd go slaughter a chicken real quick and eat one of the chickens, but they're laying eggs right now, so they're young. Let's not slaughter any chickens. Make sure I go back to my shelter and go pull a bunch of food out of the back. I know I got a bunch back there. But trying to save that for the rainy days. I ate an MRE yesterday. Not all of it. I just ate the chili out of it. Man, I ate this. I didn't eat so long. I ate this brownie, man. This thing is so strong. Look at that. I took like 2 bites of that thing, and that thing is so strong because I just don't eat sugar anymore. Man, I would have woofed that brownie down. And it's got like some sugar coating on the top of it too. I mean, it's like a crunchy little sugar on top of the brownie, which normally is pretty damn good. Can't believe how strong sugar is now to me because I just don't. I mean, I have been really cutting back for years on my sugar, but like 2 bites of that thing, I'm like, no more, man. Woo, that's strong. So it was good, but man, I'm not used to sugar like that. I can't believe I used to be able to wolf down a whole candy bar like it was nothing, So, yeah, let me figure it out here. Let's see. What am I going to eat? Let me take a chew on here. We'll get something to eat going. So, I'm just hanging out. Like I said, it's so smoky out there right now. You can taste it. Let me see how smoky it is. Oh, yeah, it's getting a little better. You got wind, but it's still smoky. Oh, let's see. Maybe we do a mountain house meal. I haven't done one of those in a while. Mountain house meal. I cooked one the other day and I didn't eat it. That was goofy. No live stream. Come back. What we got here? No. steakhouse chili with no beans. Here, maybe we'll get some of this. This is freeze dried back in 2016. Look, 11 of 16. Chili with no beans. Steakhouse chili with no beans. From 2016. This is almost 10 years old. You think it's still good? It's almost 10 years old, right? It's 2025. It's almost 2026. So let's open her up and see what we got here. This is done out of the freeze dry. I freeze dried this back almost 10 years ago. I've been doing preparedness for a long time, guys. So I just went over there to see what we have. I was like, oh, I got some stuff that I made. So that's just it. I went back there in the back, a good stuff that I made. But let's rip this bad boy open. Boom. Oh yeah. Looks exactly like when I put it in there. Muy bueno. Maybe we'll turn that into a burrito or something, right? Make some burrito, chili burritos or something. Pieces of steak in there. What's going on with you, Mr. Pants? Why are you limping? Yeah, this is good stuff, man. This is, like I said, this is steak chili with no beans. It's all steak, piece of steak. All right, give me a minute. I'm just going to put some, get some water at this, and I'll put this on a tortilla with some queso, and we'll have us a burrito. We'll have us a burrito. Thank you, Father, for being wise enough to put a meal up all that long ago, and now I got food here 10 years later. These World War III shit's hit the fan, so I'm eating my survival food, guys. That's how serious I am. Oh, pardon me. I'll get some of that water started in here. See that, guys? 10 years ago, I was in a preparedness mindset. Look, I'm sitting there reaping the benefits for what 10 years ago by being prepared. All the work's already done. Think about that too. That's why I push these freeze-dried meals and stuff, this preparedness stuff on you, because it's already done. I mean, I don't have to go cooking it. I mean, I just heat up some water and I could eat it the way it is right now. You think when things break down, you're going to have the time to grow a fripping garden? Oh, I'm going to grow a garden in rows and people aren't going to steal it? Yeah, right. Trade your seeds. You're not going to grow a garden, not in rows. You better grow a food forest or something like that. But, you know, you reap the benefits now because, pardon me, need to hit some more of that cannabis. Oh, my lungs will feel better. You're not going to have time to be preparing things, guys. That's the last time you want to be cooking and make a freaking big old fire or heat signature. Where you have time? Okay, hold on, man. You make some bread and I'll have your back with a gun while you're cooking. You know what I'm saying? Is that time you want all this stuff already prepared, guys. High protein food, high nutrient dense, high protein, so you'll perform well. Not stuff you want to put in the closet and never eat again. That's what these companies that do this crap. So that's why I bought my own freeze dryer and started making my own food. That way I can manipulate what I put in that freeze dryer. I manipulate what goes in the machine. Oh yeah. We'll let that just simmer there. Or uno momento, por favor. Get the lid. Where's the lid? I need to score a lid, dang. Alright, there it is. What's going on with that rooster? I gotta go check on this rooster. I gotta go check on my rooster here real quick. This oh, what's going on? Are he overheated or something? He's eating and drinking, but he's just being lethargic. So I'm not sure what's going on. Hold on. I take care of the farm duty here. Hold on. Farm duties. Farm duty calls. standing there with the ladies. Staying with the birds. Alright, let's get this in a tortilla shell. With some queso, some hot sauce. All right. Well, I'm not sure what's going on with that rooster. He's eating, he's drinking, he's just lethargic, you know. Just I went and put a bunch of water on him, you know, whatever, sprinkle him with some water a little bit to some, but he's so fine. He's fine. He just he's not eating much though, you know, but he does eat, he does drink. But he's so weird. He's not roosting, and he's not crowing, but he's still protecting the ladies. Like if there's a bird out there, then he'll do his job. So I don't know what happened to him. Like I said, it was that night that the bird was out of the kennel, or out of the chicken pen, which shouldn't be out. It should have never been out of there. There's no way. It's an impossibility. It can't fit out of that cage. It can't. It's double locked, and yet it was. So whatever the hell happened in that kennel, and however that chicken got out of that thing, he must have witnessed it, and he's freaked the fuck out. Is all I can think of, because that's when he changed. He hasn't been the same since that night. It's so weird. I have no explanation for it either. None. There's no way. The slot's only this big. Those chickens are this big. There's no way it fit through that little. There's nothing dug on, nothing dug around. There's no way. It's impossibility. 100%. I don't know what happened to my bird. It sucks. He's such an awesome rooster too. He's so friendly and nice and does a good job. Just excellent. One of the best. Yeah, I couldn't ask for a better rooster, really. He did a great job. He's young, but he did a great job. Great job as a rooster. We're having that night to hook him up. All right. All right. Tomato burrito. Gotta look at this side there. Burrito, burritos. Homemade burrito. Some salsa on here. Jalapeno. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I needed that. Thank you, Father, for good food. Chili, cheese. Trying to take it one day at a time at this point. So appreciate your kind words. Chili, cheese, and steak. I could put a little chili powder in there, maybe a little cumin, but that's all right. It's good. I'm going to leave the sauce off it. It's good. Thank you, Father. I made this 10 years ago, guys. 10 years ago. I was saying, man, I better put some food away for a rainy day. Have some extras, man. Look at me now, enjoying the fruits of the labor. A big old chunk of steak about to fall out of there. He said have extra oil, brothers and sisters, did he not? He said, have your lamps trimmed, have extra oil, and be girded in my service. And he's still preparing that place where he left over 2,600 years ago, did he not? I mean, Noah, for 126 years, built the ark, right? Oh, we lost our light again. About to go switch lights. But Christ is still preparing that place. So don't let anybody tell you not to prepare, please. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Have extra oil doesn't just mean like, oil. That's, something for your brother and sister. Maybe a little extra. Feed the foolish virgins this time. I don't know, Jews and Gentiles. Last time the foolish virgins didn't get fed. Then again, he only loved the house of Aaron and Levite. This time it's Jew, Gentile, man, woman, good and evil, right? White, black, brown, red, and yellow. I'm going to try to feed the foolish virgins. Hallelujah. Why do you have all that extra food? Because first of all, this is a ministry. You're supposed to be able to share and tithe food, right? So can't get anybody to come here. At least I've got it if somebody comes. I remember with all 16 of you showed up here tomorrow and we had to shut the gate because they locked the country down. We could make it for 10 years. You know what I'm saying? Right? So type of extra oil. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. Only takes, you know, a daily regiment to preparedness. You do it every day. You don't do it just once. So, if you were to share it with me. Oh, hey, now, Carl, there. Let's not do that. Don't go on dates with men. No mandates. Don't follow mandates, codes, ordinances. I already blotted out the handwriting of ordinances in the book of Colossians 2 and 14. So, what's written on stone? What are you smoking? Now it's written on fleshly tables of the hearts of the bride. Hallelujah. Well, that's some spicy salsa. I'm just being silly. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. I know you didn't. I'm eating and being silly. I was thinking of that song. I want all of you, all of me. Maybe that's not the way it goes, but all flesh. I want it all or nothing too. I'm that kind of guy. Don't give me half cocked. I want all. You know. Why not be real? Don't be playing games with me, beating around the bush. Silly reindeer games. Bring it straight. Give it to me straight. You know, put all that extra sugar-coated crap down with it. Give it to me straight. I don't want it on the rocks. I want it straight. Remember, if you plant your seeds on rocks, what happens, right? You get blown away. Will it blow me away? Yeah. So, good question, though. Apologize. I was just trying to be silly. Or, you know me. Like to mix it up a little bit, you know. Well, I'll give it to you straight, but, you know, I got lots of shots in here. Shot to the heart, and you're to blame. No. Look how evil that song is. So, burn your flags. We don't care about flags. So, that's right. So we want to sow those seeds on nice, fertile soil, fertile ground. That's right. Hallelujah. There's a storm a-coming. You don't want your fruity pebbles here. Listen here. We nobody eats that fruit bread or whatever they call that little log that they eat during the ho ho ho. You know, want to know where Santa's at? Ask all, or where the hoes are at? Ask all the Santa. Oh, wait, you want to know where the hoes are at? Ask Santa. Right, no. What do they call that? The fruit cake. Oh, it was near a fruit cake. Who eats the fruit cake? Do you eat the fruit cake? Do you ever take a no thank you bite of the fruit cake? Fruit cake. Nobody eats that thing, do they? I don't even look right. Maybe it was just me. I never saw anybody eat the fruitcake. We got a bunch of fruitcakes walking around now, though. They want you to take a bite out of them, don't they? Come on by so you can give it a try. Mm-hmm. Well, no, we it's just the weather too. Is not, you know. There's a storm coming in the scripture. The scripture said things are going to get worse, guys. Things are going to get a lot worse. We're so blessed to be able to talk on this internet right now and talk to each other all around this rock, gathering here all in one place. Hallelujah. All right. There are 2 or 3 gathered in my name, there I'll be in their midst. No, you can't call me sir. I work for a living. Thank you. I'm a pastor. Don't call me sir. Remember, I'm an enlisted soldier. Remember? Not an officer. So he's the commander. So don't call me sir. I work for a living. Oh my gosh. You know what is better than Monster energy drinks? Berkey water. Berkey water. Oh man. I'm telling you, it's better than an energy drink. You know what's pretty funny there? What is your name? Lou? Lou? Is that Lou? I'm not sure. Guess what? You don't have a hell plan, so you're going to be screwed. You know that? With your hell god. You know anything about Honga Tonga? You don't. So you're going to probably end up blunt force trauma to the head there, knucklehead. I'm going to sock you, stomp a hole in your chest. I said blunt force trauma to the head. You got like that Oscar disease, you know, that fish tank, they get that hole in their head disease. You got a hell plan? Will you? Yeah, shot to the dome. Me too. I got crushed in the face with a grenade. So blunt force trauma, pretty much. Tried to eat a concussion grenade to the face. Here's the evidence. Here's the pen. So, I hear you. My head's been racked so many times. I've had my head beat in so hard. My younger brother and older brother used to gang up on me, and you know, my brother and I be going at it, and my younger brother just come kick me right in the side of the head or sock me right in the head, or you know, right in the side of the face. As I'm wrestling him, he come over, just wham, kick me, and Dad, do that thing. He's one of those guys, you know what I'm saying? But doesn't it though, Lou? Why you're so retarded and you can't even think straight, and I can think outside the box, and you're stuck in a box. Kind of rattled my brain, so I don't just think like normal people. That explains it, huh? You can't even think straight, let alone think outside the box. You're so one-sided like a piece of paper. You ain't got nothing on the other side. Seriously, the guy not even two-dimensional. You know, the difference between time and space is the third dimension, right? So think outside the box. Welcome to the fourth dimension. I don't know, in a block, box, ball, rock. I don't know, whatever. Let's not even. Luda. Oh, is it Lou or Lou? Yeah. Man, I whiffed that burrito down. I should have made another one, but I don't need to eat another one. I don't need to eat that much. I don't want to eat that much. I want to eat less and less, so. I don't care if you like the stream or not. I'm not here to be nice or be liked. So. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. give this to the birds. I don't know if that rooster's gonna make it. It's starting to fade out, man. What the hell's going on with my bird? What happened to him? Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that rooster. He's laying down now. He just laying down though. He didn't want to eat either. I don't know what's going on with him. It sucks. I don't like my animals to suffer. He's been eating the last few days. Just been kind of ever since that day, whatever happened, he just has been, I don't know. Like he was in shock or something. I don't know what happened to him. I don't want to lose him. He's such a good bird. Some applesauce here. Eat some fruit. I don't eat enough fruit. Eat more fruit. That's why I want to get down to Ecuador so I can eat better food. Why do you want to leave America so I can eat better food? No? So. Because the food in America sucks. Food flavored poison. This applesauce don't have no sugar in it, so don't taste like applesauce. Normally, all that applesauce got so much sugar in applesauce. Corn syrup, add so much extra crap to everything now. So I'm thinking about shutting her down here a little bit and come back up here, and I might do a whiteboard lesson with you guys again. I haven't done one in a little while. I think it's about time to do a whiteboard, do another whiteboard. If you guys are up for it. Normally we get a pretty good response from the whiteboard. I know everybody likes the, they want the whiteboard. So we got some new markers. I've got kind of already the last 923 lesson up there anyway, so might come back a little bit, take a break, and in about an hour here, probably be time to feed the animals and stuff, you know. So I do appreciate everybody came in. I do appreciate the donation to the ministry. Like I said, it helps. I'm gonna have to get some tires on this Jeep, or on my 4Runner, but I have to get the suspension fixed first. So one step at a time for me, you know. But yeah, I might come back up and do this 923 whiteboard lesson with you guys and go over it again. So I think I'll be up to it. I think I will. So I haven't done one in a while. So we need to do it. It's a ministry, so we should get up and teach that way. I mean, I know I got the little one and teach with the little whiteboard, but I'm talking about getting up and giving you guys the full lesson there. So look for that. I'll come up for the end of the day here, and about an hour here or so. I gotta, maybe I'll just feed all the animals early today, and we'll come back up and we'll do the 923. I'll show you how you're already in this 923 ritual, that this is an ongoing thing. This is the event that they're currently, you don't have to wait for some event to happen, some false flag. It's already happening. It's already happening, guys. We're already in this 923 event. It's not a day like 9/11. Although 923 is coming upon us, that's the equinox ritual that they do for their Samhain and their pagan and their All Hallows Eve, and I've got it all up on the board. So I'll just tell myself, don't sit down, stand up. So I might get up and go do some more work up on the cabin for a little bit, do some more work on that for an hour or so, and then try to come back up. So yeah, nobody else is doing this. Nobody else is doing it, but it's happening though. Okay. I'm the only blogger on all of TikTok, YouTube, Rumble, Twitter, whatever. And I don't care if you mirror my work. And you can definitely, share it if you want to. This is something that I've been covering this in great detail. So this has already been done on this platform, but nobody else is covering what they're doing currently with this whole, even this is down to him being in DC and taking over the Capitol Police and federalizing. This all leads to a final event, that will be the switch. But the whole time you're going to have all these things happening. That's why it's so hard to focus on anything right now, because the events happen so fast now. You know what I'm saying? They happen so fast. What used to stay on the front page of a newspaper is not even, there's no newspapers, but it goes, things could happen today and they get covered. Like they'll do these big events, like they were announcing that they were going to go after Obama, and then what came up? Then this whole shooting came up at the church or whatever with the Another trans shooter, guys. Another trans shooter, guys. You know, look how many of these trans shooters there's been. This is getting kind of, you know, not coincidental. So they do this sometimes to just cover up when there's something really big that happens like this that's not so much organic. They cover it up with all these other things. So it's getting quite hard to focus right now. There's a term called being black pilled. I didn't know what that was, and somebody explained it to me. So it's just too much truth. You know, you just been in the game too long, and it's not the red pill or the blue pill. It's called black pill. When you get black pilled, and you just too much truth. It wears people out. They don't want to hear it anymore. You know, I've been doing this for 12 years on this. You know, I have 6 YouTube channels. You know, I have done lies with other collaborations, Alex Jones, a lot of different work I've done. I don't want to have anything to do with Alex Jones anymore. But what I'm saying is that, you know, this isn't my first rodeo. So, you know, please, you know, take what I say with a grain of salt. I know I don't want any kind of special, you know, recognition, but I'm the only one that's covering what they're doing right now, down to the encampment of the saints, and they're going to pour out that blood, right? That cup of wrath is filled with the blood of the saints. So this is your time to be in the cup. You don't want to be out on the nations that it's poured out on too. You want to be in the cup. And that cup is the blood of salvation. That's the cup of baptism. That's the cup of repentance. That's all this tribulation that we go through. You know what I'm saying? That's what it says. They'll be, remember, they'll be released and to wear down the saints. So that's what they're here to do, right? Cannot fully elect, right? It's not possible, but they're here to, that's what they're unleash all this. That's what I'm saying. This shouldn't be a surprise. What's going on with my animals? Now you're limping. What's going on with you guys? Why are you limping? Do you have something in your foot? Did you get a sticker in your foot? Oh, my dog's limping. Hold on. Is that better? Did I get it? Did I get it? All right, but anyways, we'll come back up. Just a little shot of, you know, we'll come back up. We'll do this. We'll do this. We'll do this 923. I'll show you what this is all about, and we'll come back and we'll do the whiteboard here. We'll show you where they're at, what we're talking about when I'm talking about 923 and what this all means and why this number is so important. Okay. And what this all means. This is not by chance. This doesn't all pull together for no reason, brothers, sisters. This is exactly what they know that they're doing. And, you know, it's all going to come to a head where they finally, again, they reach this. It's a cycle. It's just a cycle. It's a cycle of the sun. Okay. Saturn has its own marker. There's all, this is all very important with, you know, down to, you know, hopefully you'll see that this is the releasing of the antichrist. This is the one that was locked up in the pit. So I'll talk to you about what this means and how, and we'll go from there. Okay. So much blessings. I'm going to probably get up and do some work. I should probably do some. I was working earlier on the cabin out there at the Rusty Dragon. So I will definitely come back before the end of the night. And there's no such thing as white. You're an idiot. You racist slime ball. So nobody's white. Nobody's ever white. That shows how ignorant you are and how much of a racist slime ball pig you are. Get out of here, racist. One race, the human race. Act like a human being. You don't. You act like some slime ball. Slime creatures from outer space. Yeah, you are a racist. There's nobody's ever white. Nobody's ever black. You're an ignorant racist is what you are. You don't even know what you're talking about. You're a bumbling idiot is what you are. Idiot still means you don't know what you're talking about. So get out of here, racist slime ball. One race, the human race. Father didn't create colors. He put melanin in our skin or shape our eyes for race. You're a freaking idiot, dude. You make an ass of yourself if you keep talking in here. Go fuck with somebody else, because it ain't gonna happen in here, there, Paco. So that's what I'm saying. It's so stupid. Nobody's ever called white or black. None of these colors. These people, your dialect is so small and tiny. You look like you're just a little dick. Okay, Richard, get out of my face. Okay, don't ask me what that's for, Richard. You know. All right, we had to troll the trolls. Give them a little attention. They need fed, brothers, sisters. If we don't feed the trolls, they won't come back, right? So, trolls need fed. They want to pull you down to their level. So, try to make you reach theirs. Anybody who has any bit of any inkling that we're not anything other than man and woman, one race, the human race, man and woman. That's it. There's no colors. If you see colors, fuck off, you racist fucking scumbag. Don't ever come back here ever again. I don't give a fuck who you are, where you come from. You came not from not I'm not I don't have to sup with people who are racist. So don't come back here, racist pigs. One race, the human race. Stop being a racist pig, okay? This isn't white or black. This isn't red or blue. We're way past that now, okay? So if you're that so childish, that's what you're thinking about, you're just showing how much of an idiot child you are. So go play outside. Children are meant not to be seen or heard. And this, yeah, it's not this adult only stream. So if you can't act like an adult, don't ever come back here again until you've been matured. If you'd like to come back and recite the 7 things in scripture that you're supposed to be doing to be matured, like he blew, right? 7 horns at the final trump. Yeah, well, that hadn't happened yet. So we'll see you the next time, maybe when you're educated and you're not a racist pig. So no, nobody's rage baiting. Nobody fell for you. You're just a racist pig. Because white is not a thing. You just don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're making an ass of yourself by keep talking in here. You should just shut your fucking mouth. You should assert your right to remain silent. Anything you say will and do be used against you. He leaves the fucking can out of it because it's irrelevant. I've been a law enforcement officer. You kick that goddamn can down the fucking road because guess what? Evidentiary purposes has nothing to do with it. Just like you. You don't have anything to do with anything. You're just a troll. Remember? Nobody's baited. I got you fucking hooked like J on Jesus, like on phonics. Like hooked on phonics worked for me. Apparently did because you don't know what the hell you're talking about. So get out of here, silly little child, little rabbit. Tricks for kids. New Year's does not start in the middle of the winter. It's not 2025. Heaven's not above your head and earth's not below your feet. Neither is hell. Hell's that empty space in your head there, Brett. It's the word no knowledge. That's what hell is. Abyss. Abathos, abusos. You writing any of this down? You should. I allowed you to stay in there. I'm not supposed to sup with vipers. You learning anything? Or you just an ass? You're being an ass by keep opening your mouth and talking because you don't know what you talk about. Like I already said, you're a bumbling idiot. So don't say anything else out here, okay? You're just going to keep making an ass in front of yourself, and it's going to be awesome because at the end of the stream, you're going to be the highlight at the end of the stream. A man makes a complete ass of himself because he doesn't know what the hell, abyss, abathos, abusos he's talking about. No knowledge. My people shall perish for lack of knowledge, right? Where are they headed? No knowledge. So is that good for you? You like that? Okay. 1 versus 1, me and a clash. Oh, okay. You're one of those idiots. So, all right. Thank you, brothers, sisters. We'll come back again here for the end of the day. I'm going to go to get some more work done on this rusty dragon over there so I can move into it if I have to stay here for the winter months. But we'll see. Might be headed south and might go on the road here and do what we're doing here to get ourselves this ministry down south as well. So we'll have a north and a south. Yeah, we'll have one down south there in Ecuador. So stay with the ministry. Thanks for the comments, the good comments, and thanks for all the trolls coming in here and let me troll the shit out of you. You thought you were going to come here and troll. You got put in your place. You make this ministry, trolls. Never forget that. Without you, we wouldn't have as much fun in here. We just love bouncing off you like a your ignorance, and so it makes the chat what it is. So appreciate the trolls. We got to give love to the trolls, man. Without the trolls, they're broke trolls. Never had a troll actually donate a single dime to the ministry. Time, and that's all you have to do is contribute time. You don't ever have to contribute money, okay? But thanks for all the people who spend their time here. You can't make time, or you can't print it, so I might steal some from you. I steal a lot of trolls' time. I keep them hooked on like a puppet on a string, guys, like a little carrot dangling in front of them. You know what I'm saying? You know, see what I'm saying? They're like a puppet on a string at them, like the carrot, like, like the golden carrot. The golden carrot. All right. Much love, bro. Sis. I'll see you guys again soon. I'm going to go get some more work done out here. I've got, a couple cabins. I actually have 3 cabins that are in progress right now that I want to get, and I'm building another one here too. So got to get this stuff done, guys. It's not going to be warm forever. The winter is going to hit. It's already breaking on the East Coast. So, no, they don't print time by printing babies. So, Max, thanks for coming in. Appreciate your extra time that you spend in here. Okay. Much agape, pastoral revelation. We'll be back. We'll do another apocalypse. We'll reveal the truth. We'll lift the veil off this thing. We'll blow the cover right off we'll raise the roof. Okay. All right. Revelation, pastoral revelation, pastor apocalypse. If you want to support the ministry, come in and leave a comment. Nobody's left a comment after like 5 or 6 live streams or something. Make a comment on after the live stream. Okay. You don't have to. But and if you're watching the restream, if you want to support the ministry, there's Cash App. Somebody gave a $50 super chat on the last one, and we appreciate that. Like I said, I'm going to put it towards the ministry vehicle that I use out here for the Forerunner to try to get those tie rods, or what is it? The CV axle's got to be pulled out. And I looked at it, and then and it looks like you can mess that up by having the wrong torque. A couple people said, and then it messed everything up. So I don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? I definitely want to make sure it's done right the first time. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I don't want to get these tires yet. It's just I can't believe how fast it ate that tire up. But now I looked underneath it and went, well, no, Sherlock, fix the darn thing. I'm a veteran, so preventive maintenance. But I think I'm going to try to pay somebody to do this so it gets done right. It's a shut up, stupid idiot, Brett. You're a dumbass. I already told you. Go fuck yourself, child. Go do stupid. You take your Clash of the Titans and stick it up your your royal ass, okay? You're purple people eater, kitty fucker. I don't know what the hell you're doing. Get out of here. Stop talking to me. You're an idiot. I already told you. Go away, girl. You're a Jezebel. Yeah. Go away. Girl, don't go away mad. Just go away, okay? So don't want you in here. Thanks for your time. Don't let the door hit you, or the good Lord split you. So thanks for your time, brothers, sisters. We got to troll the trolls. Like I said, that's what we do before we leave. So thank you again, Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.